Chapter 3168 News of Zheng Wanlong. Chapter 3168 News of Zheng Wanlong. According to the convention, there were 3 days of celebration at the end of the 9-prefecture convention. The host would entertain all the competitors and the heads of the various sections. However, the Zhao clan had been driven out of Silver Moon City. The Huayuan Trading Company did think about organizing the celebration as an expression of apology, but several large powers within Silver Moon City were starting to make moves in secret. They were clearly gathering their forces to take over Silver Moon City. In this kind of strange, tense atmosphere, no one wanted to stay for long. The current Silver Moon City was already a battlefield. Staying here would cause them to be drawn into the war. Before the results were clear, no one wanted to be implicated. Thus, many of the sects that had come directly said goodbye after receiving their prizes and left under the excuse of still needing to do things at home. Of course, another reason they were in such a rush to leave was because Long Chun was here. Who knew whether or not the Bloodkill Hall would suddenly return even stronger? Although the senior generation was in a rush to leave, the juniors were a bit unwilling. They wanted to stay a bit longer. Even an extra gaze at Long Chun would be good. After all, for many of them, they would never get to see such an expert again in their lifetime. However, under the pressure of their seniors, they were dragged away. In just a single day, Silver Moon City became quiet. The atmosphere grew more and more tense, and it felt like a storm was coming. Long Chun ignored all this. He didn't leave immediately because Bai Xiaolo was still recuperating. As for the fight over Silver Moon City, it had nothing to do with him. Luo Qing and Luo Shui wanted to leave to report back to the Luo family, but they were stopped by Long Chun. It was too dangerous for them to leave now. Hence, he told them to return with him to the High Firmament Academy first before leaving. Who knew what was going on around Silver Moon City right now? Who knew whether killers from various major powers were lying in wait or not? It had to be known that Long Chun had offended countless people this time, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Just as everyone was waiting for Bai Xiaolo to recover, Long Chun was asked to go visit the Huayuan Trading Company. Xianming received him, first apologizing for what had happened at the end of the Martial Dao Convention. They had handled this matter badly and were ashamed. Long Chun smiled and assured him that he felt no offense. He didn't blame the Huayuan Trading Company for this matter. After all, he was the one who had made them take charge of something they had no experience with. In any case, at the very least, the 9-prefecture convention was fair, upright, and impartial. With that, the Huayuan Trading Company would be in a good position to continue hosting the 9-prefecture convention. Everyone trusted them to continue being fair. Otherwise, things would slowly go back to the old way. After all, money was the mover of hearts. Greed was an unconquerable devil for humanity. I have a piece of good news for you. We have found Zheng Wanlong, said Xianming. Really? Long Chun was delighted to hear that. It has been confirmed that he came from the same continent as you. Furthermore, he was chosen by the wealth god to be blessed. However, he's still immersed in the divine blessing and cannot leave for now. It is predicted that it will be completed half a year from now. At that time, it will be possible to transmit word from you to him, said Xianming, with a flicker of reverence in his eyes. Clearly, Zheng Wanlong was viewed extremely highly by the wealth god. Then he'll entrust this to Brother Xianming. They'll be returning to the High Firmament Academy soon. Our cooperation, I understand. We'll send our people from the Martial Heaven Prefecture to receive you. No matter what you need, you won't have to even leave your door. You can directly call us, said Xianming. Many thanks. To tell the truth, the Huayuan Trading Company is very important to me. As my cultivation base grows, we'll need to work together with you more and more. You are my trustworthy backer, said Long Chun. Ha ha ha, Brother Long is joking. A client with limitless potential like you is someone I can entrust my livelihood to. I should be the one thanking you, laughed Xianming. Xianming truly admired Long Chun. At such a young age, he already had such a terrifying power. He had won both the Dao discussion and the Martial Dao conventions. Such a thing had never occurred before. However, he still treated Xianming the same as before. Even in the face of a world king, Long Chun dared to look down on him fearlessly. Yet he was still easy to get along with. In all his years, Xianming had never encountered someone like that. Xianming even specifically asked Long Chun what he needed right now, and while Long Chun did require a few things, he shook his head because he saw that Xianming was still trying to make up for what had happened at the Martial Dao convention. After all, the Huayan Trading Company had helped him out with the 9 Prefecture convention, and blaming them for what had happened was wrong. After discussing some further details with Xianming, Long Chun returned to his residence. The third day after the convention ended, Bai Xiaola finally woke up. But somehow, blue light appeared in his eyes. When Bai Shishi's mother saw that blue light, she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xiaola! You've finally awoken your primal bloodline." "Really? But I don't feel anything. And why do I see multiple of you?" Bai Xiaola jumped up. When people saw his eyes, they laughed. Their images were multiplied in his eyes, making him dizzy. "What are you laughing at? You're seeing double because you're cross-eyed right now. It's a normal phenomenon when the 3-flower pupil's bloodline awakens. You'll be fine after a few days," comforted Bai Shishi's mother. The way Bai Xiaola had protected Bai Shishir at the end was a very gratifying sight for her. Although he was still a child, he was a real man inside. It was precisely because he had dared to face death at that moment that his potential had erupted, awakening his primal bloodline. He was no longer the old Bai Xiaola. His cultivation path truly started now. "Xiaola, thank you." Bai Shishir came over to Bai Xiaola. She was full of emotion. She thought back to how he had risked his life to protect her. "You're too courteous. In any case, you're going to be my boss bed warmer. So doing this much for boss is only natural, Aya." Bai Shishir grabbed the screaming Bai Xiaola and threw him out the window. With Bai Xiaola awake, Long Chun brought everyone to say goodbye to Xianming. The major powers within Silver Moon City then sent them off with a strangely warm goodbye. A flying boat set off, carrying hundreds of thousands of disciples from the High Firmament Academy. In just less than an incense stick's worth of time flying, Mu Qingyun cried out upon spotting something outside the window. "Take a look." Chapter 3169 The Weak Are Prey to the Strong. Chapter 3169 The weak are prey to the strong. Everyone's attention was drawn over. They saw that there was a pile of ruins on the ground below. Mountains had been crushed and streams had turned into lakes. There were corpses everywhere. "It's the Zhao clan's people," exclaimed Lu Mingxian, recognizing their robes. Long Chun looked at those corpses as if he had expected them. He indifferently said, "There's nothing strange about it. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the cultivation world. Where there are people, there are grudges. Where there are grudges, there is killing." The Zhao clan has dominated Silver Moon City for countless years and suppressed the other powers. Those powers had to pay yearly tributes to them just to be bullied. Considering that Silver Moon City was hosting the 9 Prefecture convention, they must have consumed a great deal of the profits, while those powers could only watch resentfully. Now that the Zhao clan has fallen, those people will naturally settle their debts with them. They'll avenge those enmities. The Zhao clan's main force is gone, and all their businesses will be fought over in the next few days. They really were courting death to have dared to steal the Golden Dragon scale. Even the Lord of Silver Moon City was slain by Boss. Boss didn't feel like casting his anger on them, but they actually dared to use such a dirty trick. "Courting death," said Qin Feng disdainfully. He looked at those corpses on the ground without the slightest sympathy. "Now that we left, Silver Moon City will probably devolve into a storm of blood as the powers within try to fight for the position of City Lord. If they want to be the Overlord, they have to bring out absolute power that shakes others. Most likely, the price of that intimidation will be countless lives. Only after they're lost will things calm down," sighed Long Chun. "Why are you talking like some wise old man now? Have you forgotten how brainless you were when you went crazy?" demanded Lu Mingxian. The current Long Chun seemed to have regained his previous wisdom. He seemed calm and tranquil. Lu Mingxian even suspected that he had been replaced or possessed at that time. Seeing Lu Mingxian's disdainful gaze, Long Chun rolled his eyes. Everyone can understand the logic, but actually doing it is another matter. When my blade slices through other people's blades, I can still be calm. But if their palm were to strike my face, how could I endure? All I can do is use my blade against my enemy, no matter who they are. "Are you saying that everything you said on the Dao discussion stage is useless?" asked Lu Mingxian. Whether or not it's useful depends on yourself. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. No set limits or yardsticks to measure yourself perfectly. If you encounter someone who talks reason, you can talk reason with them. If you encounter someone who doesn't talk reason, talk with your fists. Do you think talking reason is so amazing? If it was, then idiots like those from the Chu family, young Master Wuji, Ku Wuya, Gue Yun, and the others would have been reformed, don't you think? So sometimes, you can listen to principles, but don't take them too seriously. Also, most of what I said was just some nonsense I made up, said Long Chun. If your worshippers heard that, they'd die of rage, said Lu Mingxian, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What worshippers? They worship strength. They feel that controlling power allows them to control everything, said Long Chen. Is that not the case? Retorted Lu Mingxian. Of course not. Some things cannot be controlled by power, said Long Chun. For example, I want to turn you into a pure-hearted maiden, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Lu Mingxian instantly corrected her posture and put on a very maidenly and virtuous affectation. Am I not a pure-hearted maiden? We haven't known each other long enough for you to see the real me. You don't know how deep I am, and I don't know the long and short of you. Don't you think it's presumptuous for you to make such a judgment? Seeing her profound expression, Long Chen shivered. He got goosebumps and could only spit out, "You dirty girl." Bai Shishir and the others acted as if they didn't understand what she just said because any reaction would tell others that they did understand, and that they were as dirty as Lu Mingxian. They had suffered many losses against Lu Mingxian. Hence, every time they spoke to her, they would have to carefully reflect on her words before saying anything. If there was a question that they couldn't answer, though, they would choose to simply ignore it. Time passed on the flying boat. A bit after the flying boat passed through this area, two figures in the air appeared. One of them was Bai Zhantong, while the other was Bai Shaole's mother. What a group of cowards. Even now, they don't dare to attack. I've been waiting a long time. Bai Zhantong sighed disappointedly. The dean has personally shown himself and driven away Imputa's clone. So those experts have probably received Imputa's orders and given up, comforted by Shaole's mother. Cowards. They don't dare to come out just because of that? Bai Zhantong glared in the direction of Silver Moon City. Are you jealous because Longchen got a show off and you didn't? Laughed Bai Shaole's mother. Bai Zhantong turned red and said, There's no such thing. Who do you think I am? Would I care about such a minor accomplishment? I just feel like those rabbits hiding in the darkness need a lesson. Hearing this, Bai Shaole's mother simply smiled, and Bai Zhantang's face became even redder. He angrily said, My son was already conned into being his little brother. You think I can just watch as he seduces my daughter as well? I need to at least display my power so that Brat knows that I'm not some weakling. But those bastards refuse to show themselves, so I don't get a chance. Isn't that infuriating? Why? You don't think Long Chun is good enough? Asked Bai Shaole's mother. No, but that little fellow is really disagreeable. After all, that bastard punched me before, said Bai Zhantong. Hearing that, Bai Shaole's mother laughed. It seemed that Bai Zhantong still held a grudge. Just how old are you? You're going to quibble with a child? What if he does become your son-in-law one day? If he's a bastard, what does that make you? Are you not cursing yourself? TCH, let's not talk about such vexing things. They'll go inform the other brothers to leave. Imputa really is a coward. He doesn't even dare to exchange blows. I haven't seen my father fight in so long. No one gives him a chance to do so. After grumbling some more, the two of them vanished, leaving behind only an echo of laughter from Bai Shaole's mother. Chapter 3170 Lacking Morals leads to smoke. Chapter 3170 Lacking Morals leads to smoke. At the same time as Long Chen was on the way back to the High Firmament Academy, news of what had occurred at the 9 Prefecture Convention spread throughout the world like lightning. A very large reason why this news could spread so quickly was because the Huayuan Trading Company was entrusted by Long Chun to spread this news far and wide. At that time, Xinming jumped in shock when Long Chun was asking him to do this. The Huayuan Trading Company was spread throughout the entire immortal world. Spreading this information would draw the attention of countless experts, and some monsters would be setting their gazes on Long Chun. In the immortal world, the greater a person's fame, the more challengers they would have. That was because the fastest way of gaining fame was defeating someone even more famous. As the influence of the Huayan Trading Company was truly immense, the news that Long Qian had killed Imputa's disciple would definitely cause a ruckus. Long Qian would probably face countless challengers once this word reached them. Xian Ming warned Long Qian about this and to reconsider. But Long Qian said the greater the ruckus, the better. That was precisely what he wanted. Since he was so sure, Xian Ming quickly arranged things. The Huayan Trading Company had their own information network. When they wanted to announce something, the speed at which it spread was unimaginable. The entire immortal world received this news in no time at all. Imputa was a figure with a great deal of fame, even considering the entire immortal world. For someone to kill his favorite disciple right in front of him was truly major. Hence, Long Qian's name spread throughout every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Ha ha ha, I knew that I would get word of you soon. You even killed Imputa's disciple? You have guts, ha? A long-haired man with a bow on his back was flying through the air on a flying sword. He was handsome, with a trace of baby fat still remaining on his lower chin. He held a photographic jade, and seeing the video inside, he laughed. This person was Imon Yin. If Long Qian saw the current Imon Yin, he would definitely feel shocked. The current Imon Yin's aura was deep and heavy. His gaze was electric. He had reached the mid-4 peak realm. As for the bow on his back, it possessed an astonishing aura. As he sped through the air, the vague roaring of ancient beasts could be heard from the bowstring. You bastard! If you have guts, stand still. Let's see if I can beat your balls out right now. As Imon Yin flew through the air, not that far from him were countless experts chasing and cursing him. Just how did our Guanlonghua family offend you? You dared to rob our ancestral graves? It'll definitely tear you apart if I catch you. Stop right there. You can't get away. After offending our Hua family, don't even think about escaping the Yahua prefecture. There were hundreds of divine lords cursing Imon Yin. However, Imon Yin seemed to be deaf to their cries. Even the late-stage divine lords were completely ignored by him. Little fellow, not bad. You have such power in the divine flame realm? What would happen if you reach the 4-peak realm? You're still as tough as always, but what's with those beggar clothes? Well, your status will definitely soar after this. No good. I have to work hard. On the martial heaven continent, you always suppressed me. Here in the immortal world, you have to be the one following me. It's rare for the heavens to give me a chance to flip the scales. I have to grasp this chance and not let him catch up. Seeing Long Qian's battle against Ku Wuya and Gue Yun, Imon Yin muttered to himself. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted to the people behind him, "Hey, stop chasing me. Even if you can catch up, you can't beat me. Just tell me if you have any enemies, and if those enemies have some interesting tombstones. They'll help you get revenge, okay?" Sharp sword will fill the air of a lofty, towering mountain. At the peak of this mountain was a sword, and it was pointed at the heavens. Millions of stars revolved around it. However, when the sunlight fell on the ground, that giant sword vanished. Instead, there was only a collapsed world. From the bottom looking up, it was like they were seeing a volcano erupt with such power that the laws of space-time were broken. It formed a current exploding into the heavens. From the top looking down, it was like millions of swords had condensed into a starry river sword that stabbed into the earth. The will of the sword Tao continuously destroyed the laws of the world. Within this domain, no other Taos could enter. No other laws could interfere. All there was the will of the sword. Buried Sword Peak. Legend was that this was where the sword ancestor had buried his sword. This ancestor of the sword Tao was one of the desolate era's divine ancestors. It was a terrifying existence, but anything relating to the desolate era was muddled and unclear. According to the texts, the immemorial era was the start of the cultivation world, so it was called the starting era. In other words, only in the immemorial era did cultivation start. It was said that all the cultivation techniques and battle skills of that time were the most primitive, embryonic forms. So much time had passed that everything was muddled. However, the desolate era was even farther back. It was an era of chaos, where the human race was at the bottom of the food chain. There were no written records of what life was like back then. Only some ancient murals depicted just how difficult things were back then. The desolate era was the time of the wild beasts. Humanity barely existed between the cracks. It was said that the Julie, Heaven Eye, Violet Blood, and other ancient races could be traced back to the immemorial era. But any further back was impossible to trace because there were no records for them to follow. As for Buried Sword Peak, it came from the desolate era's sword ancestor. This legend was almost impossible to believe, but no one dared to question it. Buried Sword Peak was a sacred land within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Throughout the billions and billions of years of the immortal world's history and fighting, no one had dared to challenge Buried Sword Peak. It was a holy land for sword cultivators. Whoever dared to blaspheme Buried Sword Peak would be offending every sword cultivator in the world. It was said that the sword ancestor comprehended the sword Tao in the desolate era, and due to a lack of diagrams and language, there was no one capable of comprehending this sword Tao for tens of thousands of years. Hence, the sword ancestor ended up burying himself with his sword, merging his soul into the sword Tao, offering the sword Tao to all cultivators to comprehend. As long as sword cultivators still existed, the will of the sword ancestor would not be erased. It would forever exist in this world. Countless sword cultivators came to Buried Sword Peak to pay homage, but the majority of them were of limited aptitude and could only stay at the bottom of the mountain. If they could reach the waist of the mountain, they would be accepted in Buried Sword Peak Gate, and sword experts would give them pointers on the sword Tao. At the peak of the mountain were 9 sets of steps, and this was the ultimate training land on Buried Sword Peak. On the 3rd staircase was a man with a sword on his back, looking at the photographic jade in his hand. His hand, which was normally as steady as rock, was trembling. "Boss, Zifeng will soon find you." Looking at the figure in the photographic jade, Yu Zifeng's eyes turned misty. After a year, he finally obtained some information about his boss. Taking a deep breath, Yu Zifeng stepped onto the 4th staircase. In that instant, overbearing sword qi slashed down on him from every direction. He was instantly drowned by that endless sword qi. Chapter 3176, 12th Heaven Stage of Divine Flame. Chapter 3176, 12th Heaven Stage of Divine Flame. Boss, what happened to you? When Qin Feng saw Long Chun, he jumped in shock. Long Chin's entire body was covered in cracks, and traces of blood were flowing out all over his body. It looked like he was about to shatter. Long Chun waved his hand. "I tested the Golden Dragon Scale's power to see if I could absorb it, but it seems impossible." Originally, Long Chun had wanted Qin Feng to also benefit from the Golden Dragon Scale. Even if the latter could only absorb the slightest trace of its essence blood, it would give his bloodline the power of a true dragon. This trace of sacred power was incredibly beneficial, especially against any dark energies attempting to invade his soul or mind. The true dragon's sacred might was the bane of all dark and sinister energies. If Qin Feng could absorb this ability, all illusion or spiritual attacks would have their effectiveness sharply reduced. It would also give him immense pressure against all forms of beasts, including divine and immortal beasts. However, Long Chun had tried to absorb a trace of its power just before and found that its power was a complete body, which meant that it had to be absorbed fully. It was impossible to absorb only a trace of it. In fact, the backlash just from trying it almost made his body explode. Hence, he directly gave up and had Qin Feng absorb the Resonance Dragon Scale instead. Although it wasn't a true dragon, the Resonance Dragons were a powerful branch in the dragon race. Knowing Long Chen's character, Qin Feng didn't stand on courtesy. He consumed a medicinal pill, adjusted his state, and directly started absorbing the Resonance Dragon Scale's power. His hand barely touched the scale when the Berserk Dragon blood power erupted. Qin Feng instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Furthermore, countless cracks covered his body as well, until he looked quite similar to Long Chen. Long Chun was also shocked. This Resonance Dragon Scale was stronger than he had expected. Fortunately, Qin Feng had some experience of merging with dragon blood, and his physical body was extremely strong. Hence, he had a certain resistance. Although his body looked to be on the verge of collapse, The actual chance of that occurring was very low. Subduing a dragon scale required resisting the dragon's will. Only once you obtained its approval could you merge with the essence blood. No outside force could interfere with this, or the dragon scale would rather shatter itself than be subdued. Furthermore, rather than subduing the essence blood, it was more like a trial to obtain its approval. Without that approval, it was all too easy to lose one's life. All Long Chen could do was keep an eye on Qin Feng. If he really couldn't do it, then Long Chen would have to destroy the dragon scale. However, an hour later, despite Qin Feng's body seemingly being on the verge of destruction, he remained fine. Seeing this, Long Chen relaxed. The most dangerous part was over, as the dragon scale's energy was no longer increasing. In the first hour, its power had been growing more and more ferocious in waves. But after that, what they were competing with was will. There was no weakling without a strong will amongst the dragon blood warriors. Long Chen was confident in this regard. After 6 hours, Long Chen finally sighed with relief. The dragon scale's power had condensed, and it had approved of Qin Feng. All that was left was the merger. At this moment, blood-colored scales appeared on Qin Feng's body. He had summoned the dragon blood battle armor. Suddenly, Qin Feng screamed. Those scales fell off of his body along with chunks of his flesh, and blood poured out of him. To make one of the dragon blood warriors scream like this, it could only be said that he was enduring unendurable pain. However, where his flesh fell, new golden scales appeared. Long Chen nodded. The resonance dragon's blood has merged with you. The old dragon blood was expelled and your body is being remade. Even the runes on your bones are erased. This is a true rebirth. Long Chen didn't feel the slightest sympathy for Qin Feng as he screamed. Instead, he felt envy. After this, Qin Feng was going to be a completely different person. Perhaps he might not be able to match Gu Yun, but he would definitely be on par with Ku Wuya. Qin Feng had gone from a person with average talent in the lower plane to his current height. One reason was thanks to Long Chen's assistance, but without his own determination to get stronger even in the face of death, such a thing would not be possible. Long Chen and all the dragon blood warriors only managed to succeed thanks to fighting alongside each other. Seeing that Qin Feng's will could easily obtain the recognition of the resonance dragon's reverse scale comforted him. It also made him miss the other dragon blood warriors. If he was strong enough and had enough resources, could he equip all the dragon blood warriors with golden dragon blood? He had the heavenly Dao tree and could turn them all into primals. The primal chaos space also had countless precious plants growing within it. With such an unending supply of resources, he could refine any pills they needed. Moreover, he had formed a connection with the Huayan Trading Company. It wouldn't be long before he could see Zhang Wenlong again. When the Dragon Blood Legion was gathered again, as long as they were given enough time, who could stop them? Time. What he needed the most was time. He had to quickly increase his cultivation base. As Qin Feng screamed during his metamorphosis, Long Chen stuffed medicinal pills into his own mouth. During the 9 Prefecture Convention, Huolong and the Moon and Star refining furnace hadn't slacked off. They were helping him refine mountains of pills, so he was now ready to continue breaking through. 3 days later, Qin Feng finished his metamorphosis. However, he had almost collapsed. Even for him, that torment was too much, and he fell unconscious. As for Long Chen, he crazily consumed medicinal pills. He was unsure if it was due to the blessing of the Rainbow Crane race or not, but now he was absorbing the medicinal pills particularly quickly. He had reached the 11th heaven stage without any difficulty. With that, he began consuming pills crazily. A month later, he was finally done with his seclusion and had reached the peak of the 12th heaven stage of the Divine Flame Realm. Inside of him, his 108,000 stars blazed with divine flames. Their power was practically endless. Flames even gushed out of his body out of control, turning his room into a sea of fire. This was no ordinary fire, but the power of his divine flames. They could incinerate the very laws of the heavenly Das. "Boss Dash, wait!" shouted Long Chen hastily. But it was too late. The door to the room was opened, and Qin Feng let out a startled cry as the power of Long Chen's divine flames burst out like a volcano, turning into a stream of fire that blasted through the land. Chapter 3177 by Shirshir Undergoes Tribulation. Chapter 3177 by Shirshir Undergoes Tribulation. Fortunately, Long Chen's seclusion room was in a remote place, and no casualties occurred as a result of this burst of power. Qin Feng turned pale. Thanks to merging with the Resonance Dragon's essence blood, his physical body was strong enough to survive it. What happened? Long Chen and Qin Feng both asked the other the same question. Boss, what's going on? I only opened the outer door, exclaimed a charred Qin Feng. Long Chen's seclusion room had an inner and outer door. The outer door was there as a buffer to allow communication with the person in the inner room. However, after reaching the peak of the 12th heaven stage of the divine flame realm, in order to grow accustomed to his new power faster, he unleashed the full power of his divine flames, resulting in the destruction of the inner gate. Moreover, he hadn't expected someone to open the outer gate. Did something happen? Asked Long Chen. He pulled back his divine flame power. The Huayan Trading Company sent something over. I was worried it was something urgent, so I immediately brought it over, said Qin Feng, handing over a trunk. Long Chen opened it and saw several sets of robes. His eyes instantly reddened. These were black robes in the exact same style as the ones that he was wearing. Long Chen picked up the first one. He eyed every single stitch, every single thread. After that, tears welled up in his eyes. He could practically see how Ming Qi had spent her time making this with a sweet smile on her face as she poured her thoughts into it. There was no need for words. He could feel everything that she wanted to say to him. These clothes were the greatest encouragement for him. They were like a glimmer of light within the night sky. There are two more. The first one is Ming Qi's. Every single stitch of hers is perfect. And this one is Mingyu's. Although they look perfect and the stitches are even, the directionality has some slight differences. An assassin is always meticulous. As for this one, it seems that the stitches had to be redone many times. It's definitely Wan Er's. Long Chen was extremely moved. These were all priceless treasures for him, ones that made him even happier than the golden dragon scale. Although he only received 3 gifts, he trusted that a lot of his people had received word of him. Not everyone was capable of getting in contact with the Huayan Trading Company, and they also weren't aware of Long Chen's connection with them. These 3 robes clearly proved that the Huayan Trading Company had spread the news far and wide. He just had to let everyone know that he was still alive. They could properly cultivate and anticipate the day of their reunion. Then they would sweep through this world together. Suddenly, something dropped out of one of those robes, clattering to the ground. It was a pair of golden scissors. They looked sharp, but both of the blades had a notch in them as if they were for cutting round things. What is this? Asked Qin Feng, picking it up. He didn't see any clues. Long Chen looked at it oddly and suddenly laughed. This was done by Tang Wanner. On the Martial Heaven continent, she had once said that if he had too many women by his side and no longer cared about her, she would use scissors to cut Long Chen off. Afraid that he would stop thinking about her, she had intentionally sent over these scissors, with the notches referring to a certain area of a man. Qin Feng examined the scissors oddly. However, Long Chen grabbed it and put it away. As expected, Tang Wan'er's nature wouldn't be changing in this lifetime. Boss, they know we're at the High Firmament Academy. Why don't they wish to join us? Asked Qin Feng. They're busy increasing their power. They've long since reached the 4-peak realm, and that's an important moment to raise their power. They can't stop, said Long Chen. Whether it was Ming Qi, Dong Mingyu, or Tang Wan'er, they hadn't passed on any letters. All they left were their emotions. Those emotions were something that Long Chen could sense. Clearly, the 3 of them knew just how dangerous it was for a 9-star heir to exist in the immortal world. Perhaps others wouldn't understand, but these 3 clothes sent him a clear message. There might be many reasons that they couldn't come, but one important reason was because they didn't want to be spotted by certain powers. Long Chen's intuition told him that those powers belonged to Lord Brahma. The girls were afraid that Long Chen would be exposed, so they only sent clothes. At the same time as Long Chen was emotional, he also sensed that Lord Brahma's side was even stronger than he had imagined. As for the enemies on the Martial Heaven continent, who knew the secret of his status, the only one who was still alive was Long Outyin. However, Long Chun wasn't worried about him exposing his status. The black soil pill that Long Chun had fed Long Outyin contained a curse from the primal chaos space. If he exposed anything about Long Chin's status as a 9-star heir, he would definitely die. Furthermore, the dragon expert had also told Long Chun not to worry about Long Outyin because it had erased those memories pertaining to the 9-star heirs from his mind. That mysterious dragon expert truly appeared to be omnipotent. Long Chun was grateful but also curious. He was unable to deduce just what level of expert that dragon expert was. With a test, he had confirmed that Imputa didn't know his status. He wondered if that was also due to the dragon expert. What Long Chun didn't know was that the dragon expert had secretly helped him with many things. The patriarch of the moon howling heavenly wolf race also hadn't seen that Long Chun was a 9-star heir from Little Snow's memories because a portion of those memories had been sealed, and not even that patriarch could see them. Otherwise, the patriarch wouldn't have needed to see Long Chun's gaze in the photographic jade to tell that he was a 9-star heir. Boss, are you preparing to attack the Four-Peak realm? How is the power of your divine flames so great? Asked Qin Feng. I was just testing my recent gains. I think it should still be about a month until I can attack the Four-Peak realm, said Long Chun. He had to gain full control of his power before he dared to attack the Four-Peak realm. He also wanted to see if he could condense the Golden Dragon battle armor before that. Has anything happened in the academy during this time? Asked Long Chun randomly. Just then, Long Chun and Qin Feng's status plates began flashing. Bai Shishir is undergoing her Four-Peak tribulation. Let's have a look and gain some experience. Long Chun and Qin Feng immediately set off. Chapter 3178, Crane Cry Valley. Chapter 3178, Crane Cry Valley. Within the High Firmament Academy, there was a sacred place called Crane Cry Valley. It was the old residence of the Rainbow Crane race. Back then, for some reason, they relocated to a different region within the High Firmament Academy. As a result, this place had become a holy land for powerful geniuses to undergo tribulation. It was because this place still had the auspicious chi of the Rainbow Crane race, and heavenly tribulation would be affected by it, becoming gentle. Undergoing tribulation here was extremely safe and effective. It was a treasured land that made countless other sects envious. However, in order to prevent that auspicious chi from dissipating, only heavenly geniuses of sufficient talent were qualified to undergo tribulation here. If someone was injured or died here, it would affect that auspicious chi. Hence, even someone on Bai Shishi's level needed to undergo several tests before she could undergo tribulation here. The High Firmament Academy had several strange rules. They didn't have high requirements for the weak, but the stronger you were, the greater their demands. For example, even Bai Shishir didn't get any special privileges beyond what she fought for. She needed to pass through all the requirements herself. When Long Chun and Qin Feng arrived, there were already countless disciples present. Those people's eyes brightened when they saw Long Chun. Today's Long Chun curiously didn't wear his old clothes. He had put in a new set that was as black as night. In the fluttering of the wind, he appeared both mysterious and domineering. He seemed even brighter than before. Brother San, you look good in those clothes, praised Mu Qingyun. The current Long Chun truly possessed killing power toward any woman. Even his gaze seemed different. There was normally some indescribable sadness in his eyes, but that had vanished. He truly seemed like a fresh ray of sunshine. Haha, is it just the clothes? Laughed Long Chun. Wearing the clothes that Ming Chi had made for him, he was like a happy child. Brother San is already good-looking, so the clothes only make you look better, said Zhong Ling with a laugh. Hee, well said. Just wait, they'll definitely keep you in mind when I rise, said Long Chun with an obviously pleased expression. Hee, thank you, Brother San. Brother San is the most handsome. It seemed that Zhong Ling really knew how to flatter someone. It's too bad that all the money from the 9 Prefecture Convention was already given away. Don't worry, your Brother San will make more money. As long as you follow Brother San, there will definitely be meat to eat, said Long Chun. This time, other than the 2 dragon scales, Long Chun had given the rest of his award away. The Battle God Palace's disciples had abandoned the competition simply because of Long Chun's word. Although they didn't have the ability to compete for those prizes, Long Chen knew that it was definitely aggravating to just give up like that. They would rather risk death than lose the face of the Battle God Palace. Hence, he had split the majority of his immortal crystals with them. He refused to let them decline, and this had fully won them over. Such a figure was worth them following into death. Standing on the edge of Crane Cry Valley, Long Chen waved to Bai Shishir, who was standing within. As a result, Bai Shishir merely glanced at him before ignoring him, leaving him standing there awkwardly. He grumbled, "Humph, all I get is a slap in the buttocks. Keep talking nonsense and he'll kill you," raged Bai Shishir. "Shishir, take care of your emotions." Only then did Long Chen notice that Bai Shishi's mother was also in the crowd. Bai Shishir glared at Long Chen once more before ignoring him. "My apologies, senior. I didn't notice you." Long Chen hastily greeted Bai Shishi's mother. "I see. After putting on new clothes, your gaze has started to ascend. We old-timers can no longer enter your eyes," she teased. Long Chen instantly felt awkward. It truly did seem that he had underestimated just how high-spirited he was today. He hastily said, "Senior is joking. What do you mean by old? Standing together, the two of us look like brother and sister." "Long Chen, shut your mouth." Bai Shishir frowned ferociously. This was clearly taking advantage of her. This way, Long Chen's seniority firmly rose above hers. Looking at this, Bai Shishi's mother was speechless. She then formed a hand seal, summoning a curtain of light that isolated Bai Shishir. That way, she couldn't see or hear them. That child, she can't even control her emotions. She's lacking control as she hasn't suffered enough losses, sighed Bai Shishi's mother. Long Chen was embarrassed. While it sounded like she was talking about Bai Shishir, the words could be directed at him as well. That was because his control over his emotions was extremely lacking. Furthermore, it was the kind where suffering losses didn't teach him any lesson. However, that wasn't something that Long Chen could do anything about. He understood, but that was meaningless. When his mood was good, the dark energy of the purgatory eyes was hidden. But when he got angry, that dark energy would be like oil on the fire. The more he suppressed it, the wilder it grew. Seeing Long Chen's odd expression, Bai Shishi's mother smiled. "It's not as if I am talking about you. What's with that look?" "Hee hee, I was just solemnly pondering Senior's golden words of wisdom. I find that every single word is like a pearl corroborating everything that I've been through." "I am sighing in amazement," said Long Chen. "You really are a glib-mouthed fellow. No wonder you have so many women. The times are changing. Girls no longer like well-behaved people," sighed Bai Shishi's mother. "Are you saying that I'm not well-behaved?" asked Long Chen. "With so many women by your side, does that count as well-behaved?" retorted Bai Shishi's mother. "Doesn't the palace master also have more than one? As long as you are faithful until death, what's the difference between 2 and 2,000? Long Chen shrugged. "Child, are you angry?" asked Bai Shishi's mother. "How could I be? Junior doesn't dare to. But I hope that Senior doesn't question other people's feelings randomly," said Long Chen lightly. But his expression truly didn't look very good. In this world, there were no absolutes. Someone with one mate might not truly love each other, and someone with more than one mate might not necessarily be fickle in love. Judging others by your own standards was inappropriate. Your shoes were fit only for yourself. If it was someone else that said this, Long Chen might have turned hostile. Bai Shishi's mother laughed. "All right, I won't joke with you any longer. You really are the same. That temper, that character. Well, in any case, people have their own fates. I won't worry about you. But remember one thing. During your 4-peak tribulation, you will face all kinds of heart devils. If you are unable to maintain your intellect, your 4-peak tribulation might kill you." Toward the end, her smile completely vanished and she became grave. Chapter 3179 Devil Sea. Chapter 3179 Devil Sea. Just at this moment, thunder rumbled and lightning blades began to fall. The surrounding disciples were all shocked. It was because amongst these disciples, only some had experienced heavenly tribulation, and that was in the mortal world. In the immortal world, there was generally no heavenly tribulation from the mortal transcendence realm to the divine flame realm. Only when attacking the 4-peak realm would they encounter heavenly tribulation again, and this time, it was a mortal lightning, something that represented the immortal world's laws. Hence, that pressure reached deep into their souls. Immortal lightning was the blade of the Grand Tao. In front of it, people were as minuscule as ants. They couldn't form the slightest thought of disrespect toward it. Hence, even though this wasn't their own tribulation, when it descended, their souls still shuddered in fear. This was why the Academy had brought all the divine flame disciples within the Academy over by Shishi's tribulation. It was for the experience. Although this tribulation didn't lock onto them, this experience could increase their chances to pass their own tribulation. Their wills might not instantly shatter upon feeling this terror. Heavenly tribulation was not just a trial for the body, but also the soul, because it contained the 10,000 das. If a person was properly prepared, they could benefit immensely from heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the terrifying lightning crashed down, bringing with it destructive power. However, when it fell into Crane Cry Valley, that destructive power vanished and the pressure softened. It was like a vicious palm was slamming down, only to suddenly become a light tap on contact. It truly is a blessing. Seeing this, Longchun sighed. His tribulation was not a slap. It was like a blade that repeatedly tried to cut him in two. On the Martial Heaven continent, this had happened repeatedly. Just as he thought that things would be different in the immortal world, he found that nothing had changed. His heavenly tribulation always wanted his life. The heavenly tribulation didn't start off strong. Adding on that this was a treasured land. This so-called tribulation was like a heavenly present. As the range of the tribulation slowly grew, so was the pressure. Quite a few disciples felt like their souls were being stabbed, and some of them couldn't endure it. After all, even the outer academy's disciples had been brought over, and they were a far cry from the inner academy's disciples. "Why don't you say a few words?" said Bai Shishi's mother. "Me? What am I supposed to say?" asked Longchun. "You know what to say. Why act like you don't?" "Why me? Why don't you tell me?" "Fine." Longchun helplessly shook his head. Clearing his throat, he loudly said, "Heavenly tribulation contains destructive will, something that exceeds the 10,000 das. Try resisting this pressure, and it will stimulate your mental energy, making your will stronger. Weak people cultivate the body, but the strong cultivate the heart. Only when the heart is firm can you face all kinds of difficulties. All experts must have a firm determination and will, without exception. This is a rare chance. A heavenly genius like Fairy Shirshir will summon a powerful heavenly tribulation, and no one is asking you to help her fight the heavenly tribulation. The Academy has called you here as a chance to temper your wills. So, use your wills to resist the heavenly tribulation. Cast away your fear and forget death. If you want to become an expert, there are no shortcuts, but there are opportunities. Such a good opportunity is now right in front of you. If you don't grasp it, though, it's meaningless. An expert becomes an expert because they have a reason to get stronger no matter what. Fate forces them to be strong. If you want to change your fate, if you don't want to simply be mediocre, if you don't want to be manipulated and bullied by others, grasp this chance in front of you. If you miss this chance, you will regret it for a lifetime. Trust me, fight as if your life depends on it, and you will obtain a harvest that you will never have expected. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. Even the thundering lightning was unable to block his voice. It was as if his will was above the heavenly tribulation. Long Chun was the idol of the Academy's junior generation, so his words were like an imperial edict to them. Hearing him say this, the disciples that had been about to give up clenched their teeth and persevered. With just this simple speech, Long Chen drove these people to resist the will of the heavenly tribulation. It was as if they were fighting alongside him. Even if they fought to the death, it would be without regrets. Seeing those disciples' impassioned expressions, Bai Shishi's mother smiled. "You're really good at duping people." Long Chun was speechless. She was clearly the one who had told him to raise their morale. How did it suddenly become duping them? "I find that you really don't know how to take a joke," said Bai Shishi's mother. "It's because I respect senior too much. I'm not used to seniors joking with me. My old seniors would beat me if I joked with them," said Long Chen. On the Martial Heaven continent, he definitely wouldn't dare to joke like this with Chu Jinying, Ling Yunzi, or the old man, especially not the old man. One bad joke, and that cane of his would beat Longchen black and blue. I'm teasing you like this because this is one of the trials of the four-peak tribulation. You must maintain your calm at all times, especially at the end when your heart devils surface. If you cannot face them calmly, well, even a primal might make the wrong choice and lose their primal bloodline. This is why you didn't encounter any divine lords with a primal bloodline during the 9 Prefecture Convention, said by Shishi's mother. Why is that? Asked Longchen, feeling startled. He hadn't read anything about this in the academy. Longchen was also curious why he hadn't encountered a single primal amongst the divine lords at the 9 Prefecture Convention when there were so many primals among the competitors. In this world, there are some things that cannot be written with pen and ink. They can only be transmitted by word. Our Dao Dan domain is an extremely special existence amongst the 100 domains. This place has the bodies of devils from the desolate era buried within it. Legend has it that this place has been cursed by those devils, and cultivating here will cause stronger heart devils. But it also has a good side. If a person is able to overcome their heart devil and maintain their pure primal bloodline, their future path will be brighter in the future. Other than the heart devils, there is another important reason that causes primals to be so rare amongst the divine lords. It's the devil sea. Upon hearing that, Longchen's heart shook. Is that related to the desolate era's devils? Chapter 3180 Rank 5 Heavenly Dao Rune. Chapter 3180 Rank 5 Heavenly Dao Rune. The matters of the desolate era were not recorded by written characters. Hence, no one was clear on them because the few badly damaged murals and odd diagrams from that time were indecipherable. So, the legends of the desolate era were simply legends. These were just stories for people to listen to, and only a few people really believed in them. However, some matters of the desolate era were believed without a doubt because some things that couldn't be explained by the current era were related to those legends. Whether or not those desolate fiends really exist, no one knows. But because the Dao Dan domain borders the Devil Sea, it is affected by it, resulting in our domain having very few Divine Lord primals. You also saw that there wasn't a primal Divine Lord at the 9 Prefecture Convention. It's because primals will all escape the Dao Dan domain before reaching the Divine Lord realm. Those who did manage to make their breakthrough in other domains usually don't bother returning, said by Shishi's mother. Then isn't this domain really a hell? Those who have ability flee, while only those with no ability stay here, asked Longchen. That's about right. Those who make breakthroughs to the Divine Lord realm can succeed, but their primal bloodline will curiously disappear, said by Shishi's mother. Is it taken by someone? Asked Longchen. Bai Shishi's mother was a bit startled. She then looked at Longchen and didn't reply. Upon seeing her reaction, Longchen's heart skipped a beat. It felt like he had guessed correctly. Was the Dao Dan domain truly hiding some unspeakable secret? Was this related to why the dragon expert had sent him here? But I believe the High Firmament Academy must have a way to counter this, right? Asked Longchen. Bai Shishi's mother smiled but didn't reply. However, that faint smile was clearly his answer. Just at this moment, countless devil beasts appeared within Bai Shishi's heavenly tribulation. These devil beasts are the ones that Bai Shishir has slain before. She was still weak back then and had to go all out to kill them. Although she won, they left a shadow on her heart. During the 4-peak heavenly tribulation, those shadows grow, manifesting within the tribulation. All the fear within a person's heart is drawn out. I provoked you so that you would be prepared. What you fear and hate the most might appear in your heavenly tribulation. Also, the rainbow crane race's auspicious chi can reduce the might of the heavenly tribulation, but it cannot reduce these heart devil manifestations. That is what worries me the most. Longchen instantly felt ashamed. I'm sorry, Senior. Junior was rude. Longchen was shocked inside. If this heavenly tribulation could manifest the world within his inner heart, wouldn't all his secrets be exposed? Die. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar came from within the tribulation. Longchen and the others jumped in shock. Kuwuya. Kuwaya's figure appeared within the manifestation. He was wielding his wolf tooth club, and his aura was even more frightening compared to on the martial stage. The more the heart fears, the stronger the enemies grow. This Ku Wuya is one of the heart devils, and Shirshir must defeat her own heart devils in order to purify her Tao heart, said Bai Shishi's mother. Her expression was still calm. She had clearly long since expected Ku Wuya to appear here. Rumbling rang out. Bai Shishi's golden sword emitted dazzling light. With a single slash, a torrent of qi gushed out, bewitching the eyes. The Ku Wuya that had been condensed by lightning only lasted a few minutes against Bai Shirshir before being destroyed. The fact that Shirshir can so easily dispatch her heart devil is mostly thanks to you, said Bai Shishi's mother. She referred to how Long Chun had defeated Ku Wuya. If Ku Wuya was still alive and had happily won the martial Tao convention, then even if Bai Shirshir could defeat the real Ku Wuya, this heart devil version of him would be even stronger. Perhaps she would still be able to win, but not so easily. After Ku Wuya was slain, millions of specks of light appeared. Every light contained a flickering rune. By then Shirshir slowly closed her eyes, as if she was meditating. This is now the critical moment. She must choose 4 peaks. According to the proper sequence, you should choose the area you are strongest in, and then pick the next strongest one. Once your 4 peaks are chosen, the 10,000 Das will merge, strengthening the 4 peaks. Bai Shishi's mother was speaking for everyone. The 4-peak realm could be considered a turning point in a cultivator's life. They had to choose 4 areas to strengthen themselves. Those specks of light each contained a rune, and those runes represented different kinds of power. There were hundreds of them just for pure power, including the qi, blood, flesh, tendons, bones, and others. But some could also increase the overall power of the body and not just individual parts. It was up to you whether you could sense them and grasp them. Those runes all looked the same on the outside. Only those with absolute calmness could clearly sense what kind of power they contained. The people couldn't make any mistakes here. They had to pick their strongest point with the first rune from amongst these millions of runes. There also couldn't be any mistakes with the order. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation only gave a person a few minutes to choose the runes. Once the heavenly tribulation dissipated, they would never have this chance to pick their 4 peaks again. Within the tribulation, all one's attention would be on the tribulation. Their sense of time would grow muddled. Thus, this decision was also a mental trial. Bai Shirshir suddenly made her move. She flew up to one of the runes in the air, and startled cries rang out. Just as Bai Shirshir made contact with the rune, it vanished with a flash, disappearing amongst those millions of runes. Ah, how regretful. The rune dodged. It had to be a high-level heavenly Tao rune. Amongst these heavenly Tao runes, the same kind of attribute would appear 7 times. These 7 runes would all be of the same attribute, but of different quality, rank 1 to rank 7. Every rank represented a different future. The first 4 ranks did not possess enough spirituality. Only those at rank 5 and above were capable of dodging. So countless people felt regretful that Bai Shirshir hadn't managed to grasp that rune. Suddenly, Bai Shirshir made her move again. The void shuddered, and azure light erupted. It's a rank 5 heavenly Tao rune. Chapter 3181 Peak, rank heavenly Tao rune. Chapter 3181 Peak, rank heavenly Tao rune. These heavenly Tao runes were split into 7 ranks which were represented by 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and violet. Azure corresponded to the 5th rank, and that was already a very high rank. If an ordinary person grasped a rune of that level, they would be smiling even in their dreams. The higher the rank was, the more difficult it was to grasp. Ordinary experts were only able to grab 2nd and 3rd rank runes. It was because runes above the 4th rank would conceal themselves and might dodge. Moreover, there wasn't enough time to chase after them. Thus, these disciples burst into cheers when they saw azure light. However, just as they started cheering, they stopped. The light in Bai Shishi's hand vanished. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded, but they quickly realized that Bai Shirshir had actually abandoned that rank 5 heavenly Tao rune. She didn't choose to absorb it. No way. Even the 5th rank isn't enough to satisfy her. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone's nerves only grew tenser. Half the time was up. The first time, the rune fled. The second time, she abandoned the rune. Then she stopped trying, leaving everyone in suspense. Does she want to choose a metal energy rune? Or is she choosing a spiritual energy rune? Asked Long Chun. An ordinary metal cultivator would choose a spiritual energy rune first. Metal energy possesses overwhelming sharpness, and without a powerful spiritual strength, there's no way to control it. Just having powerful metal energy but lacking the powerful soul energy to control it is meaningless. However, Shirshir has a stubborn character. She likes that sharpness and would rather attack than defend. Thus, she is choosing metal energy for her first rune, answered by Shishi's mother. Her voice contained a hint of worry. Bai Shishi's character was too proud. That overwhelming sharpness would turn against her if she wasn't able to control it. Hence, her mother had urged her to choose a spiritual energy rune first, but she refused. This hard sharpness lacked the flexibility of a woman. Bai Shishi's mother clearly saw that if her daughter wasn't lacking this, she wouldn't have lost against Ku Wuya. But she also couldn't change her way of thinking. It was very difficult to change a person's character. Thus a person's character was also what created their fate. Choosing metal energy? That's easy. Hey! Long Chun suddenly put his hands around his mouth and shouted at Bai Shirshir. However, Bai Shishi's mother's expression completely changed. She hastily formed hand seals, and everyone around Long Chun vanished. Just then, a lightning sword shot out from the tribulation area to attack Long Chun. With a snort, Long Chun's palm slammed into the lightning, shattering it. As a result, lightning runes raged furiously and spread. This lightning contained heavenly might. If Bai Shishi's mother hadn't acted so quickly, the people around them would have suffered a calamity. "You little fellow, are you trying to get people killed?" she scolded angrily. "Sorry, I forgot," said Long Chun. He wasn't afraid of the will of heavenly tribulation, but that wasn't the same for others. Anyone who spoke to the person in the tribulation would be sensed by the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation would attack someone based on the power of their cultivation base. Long Chun had forgotten that there was also Bai Shishi's mother right there. She was a divine lord. If the tribulation transformed into a divine lord tribulation, then that really would be a calamity. However, Bai Shishi's mother had already brought everyone away. They had escaped the range of the heavenly tribulation, putting Long Chun at ease. So he continued to shout at Bai Shirshir. "Pretty girl, listen to me, and it'll help you find the strongest metal rune here." The heavenly tribulation rumbled. Lightning swords pierced toward Long Chun. "Shut your mouth and stop disturbing me," shouted a furious Bai Shirshir. This anger caused her senses to grow even duller, making her pale. She had the urge to bite Long Chun. "I'm not joking with you. Listen and close your eyes. Pretend your shoulders are two straight lines going left and right. Keep your arms in. When I shout left, reach out with your left hand and grab. When I shout right, reach out with your right hand," shouted Long Chun while shattering those lightning swords with a wave of his hand. They transformed into lightning runes, but Long Chun didn't let Lei Long absorb them. Long Chun didn't dare to even use his own will to resist the heavenly tribulation, afraid that it would transform into his own tribulation. He hadn't refined the golden dragon scale yet and might die to his tribulation. Moreover, that would even implicate Bai Shirshir, so he had to conduct himself appropriately. Hearing that, Bai Shirshir calmed down. Although Long Chun couldn't be counted on normally, he was reliable at important times. "Fine, he'll trust you once. Don't con me," said Bai Shirshir, closing her eyes and acting according to Long Chun's instructions. Her goal was the rank 7 metal rune, but if too much time passed, she could only go for the rank 6 rune. The rank 7 rune was too hard to sense. She only sensed a glimmer of it for a moment. It was as if the rank 7 rune was playing hide and seek with her. It would reveal itself for a second and then vanish. She was unable to grasp its location or orbit. Left hand. A miss. Left hand. Another miss. Bai Shirshir tried 4 times without grabbing anything. The spectators were growing anxious, but they didn't dare to say a word. Bai Shirshir was starting to sweat. 2/3 of the time had passed. If she still didn't grasp it, she could only go for the rank 6 rune. Due to repeated failures, her mental realm was getting unsteady, and her perception was becoming dull. She might not even be able to find the rank 6 rune like this. Steady yourself. Focus all your power on your hand. You must be as fast as possible. Use as much power as you can, as if you are grabbing Ku Wai's throat, shouted Long Chun. He also saw Bai Shishi's unsteady state. Bai Shishir nodded. She took a deep breath and focused. Right hand, Long Chun suddenly shouted. Bai Shishi's right hand reached out like lightning. Boom! The void shuddered. The place where Bai Shishi's hand was grabbing shuddered and twisted. Grab it! Shouted Long Chen. Bai Shishi's hand then tightened. Her body shuddered as she almost coughed up blood. She focused all her power on her hand, which split open and bled. A terrifying power tried to escape from her hand. Bai Shishir was shocked and delighted. She did her best to grab hold of this thing, refusing to let go. A rune then appeared in her hand, one that emitted all the colors of the rainbow. This is a peak rank heavenly Tao rune that only appears once every 10,000 years. Bai Shishi's mother stared in disbelief at that rune. Chapter 3182 Fiendish Power. Chapter 3182 Fiendish Power. The rune glowed with all the colors of the rainbow as it struggled. However, blood sprayed out of Bai Shishi's hand, speckling her white clothes. She held on to that rune as if her life depended on it because she could sense the boundless metal energy within it. This time, Long Chun didn't con her. This rune was something she dreamed of obtaining. Quickly use your will to subdue it. Time is running out, shouted Long Chun. After over 10 breaths, Bai Shishir was still unable to suppress it. Feeling that the situation wasn't good, he gave her a reminder. However, there was no need for that reminder. She was already doing everything she could. But this rainbow rune that existed only in legend contained the will of the heavenly Daos and was very difficult to subdue. After a long struggle, her hand was bloody, but the rune had merged into her body. It left behind a 7-color mark on her palm. Bai Shishir was delighted, but she suddenly heard Long Chen's shout. Left side. Without even thinking, she reached out and her left hand grabbed something. At this moment, the void shuddered and another rune appeared. Startled cries rang out. When that rune merged into her body, it emitted a violet color. That was actually a rank 7 heavenly Tao rune. It also glowed brightly and tried to struggle away, but compared to the peak rank rune, it was clearly a bit weaker. As a result, Bai Shishi's body trembled, but she wasn't injured further. She struggled with all her might to subdue it, but it refused to submit. The furious struggle left people holding their breath. The heavenly tribulation was already starting to scatter. Time was running out. This showed them that this wasn't just luck. Without power, even if an opportunity threw itself into your hand, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Ignoring that peak rank rune, even a rank 7 rune wasn't something that normal cultivators could subdue even if they were given the full time of the tribulation. Thus, greed was useless without power. Forcibly trying to grasp it would only harm yourself. Even Bai Shishir, with her terrifying power, was having immense trouble. Just as everyone thought that as long as they could have Long Chen's pointers, they could also gain the best heavenly Tao runes, that thought was erased. The second rune was finally subdued. However, the tribulation shuddered and the runes began to fade. However, just then, Bai Shishir spread both her hands and grabbed 2 runes. Both those runes flashed with azure light and were subdued. In the last instant, Bai Shishir had just barely managed to grab 2 more runes, and they were actually rank 5 runes. That was also fortuitous. Another rank 7, or even rank 6 rune would resist. She didn't have enough time to subdue them. But with her power, she could instantly subdue a rank 5 rune and below. Rank 5 runes were the best choice for her in that last moment. In that last moment, one of those runes was one that she had sensed beforehand and been ready to grab, but the other one was just a random grab. She was lucky that it was also a rank 5 rune. The heavenly tribulation scattered and Bai Shishir sighed with relief. However, she felt a wave of fatigue. It felt like she might collapse. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples hastily ran over to support her. She was pale as she had clearly used up all her energy, but an excited light shone in her eyes. Long Chun, thank you. Helped by everyone, Bai Shishir came over to Long Chen. When that peak rank rune entered her body, she clearly sensed her bloodline runes changing. Her sense toward the world's metal energy was hundreds of times clearer than before. Furthermore, her own metal energy was undergoing some kind of transformation. She wasn't clear on what it was exactly, but she had a feeling that once she finished merging with this rune and formally entered the 4-peak realm, her power would completely transform. A peak rank metal energy rune and a rank 7 spiritual energy rune. Those were both thanks to Long Chun. That was truly an immense favor. Long Chun smiled. I like to talk nonsense. There's no need to thank me if that nonsense was correct. I just hope that you won't kill me when my nonsense is wrong in the future. Quite a few people laughed. Just before this, Bai Shishir had said that she would kill him if he continued spouting nonsense. Bai Shishi's expression sank. Seeing her expression, Long Chun hastily waved his hand. We're all friends. It's just a joke. If you get so angry, I won't dare to talk to you again. What were the 2 last runes at the end? I didn't get a clear look. After hearing that, Bai Shishi's expression softened. After knowing Long Chun for so long, she found him to be a foolish fellow who liked to joke, but he never had any malice. She said, one is a bloodline rune. The other, though, ugh. It's an earth element rune. The bloodline rune could strengthen her physical body, but that earth element rune was difficult to bear. She was a pure metal cultivator, so that earth rune was useless to her. An earth element rune is good, said Long Chun and Bai Shishi's mother at the same time. What? How? Bai Shishi's mother was the one who said, foolish child, other than cultivating, did you not study anything? Metal is born from the earth. The two complement each other. With this earth energy, your metal energy will be thicker and easier to control. Long Chen said, with this earth energy, your metal energy will have that trace of softness that you lack. To use the words of the common people, it will make you down to earth. Bai Shishir laughed at that. For both Long Chun and her mother to like this earth energy rune so much, it seemed that it really was valuable. Hence, her mood improved. Long Chun, how did you see through the heavenly Tao runes? Could it be that your eyes, sorry, said Bai Shishir, hastily apologizing when she saw that Long Chun was still wearing an eye patch. His eye was still injured from using the 3 flower pupils. Bai Shishir had secretly asked Bai Shaole's mother about it, and the latter told her that Long Chun had forcibly exceeded his own limits to use that eye art, and he had received a backlash from the heavenly Das. There was even danger of him losing the eye. Everyone had stopped talking about his eye in order to not pain his heart, but she had forgotten about it just now in her excitement. Long Chun laughed. What are you thinking? This eye will be fine after some more rest. There's no need to be worried. The reason I could sense the lightning runes was because from the very first day I set foot in the cultivation world, I've been in contact with heavenly tribulation the entire time. We're old acquaintances. I should be the one saying sorry. I didn't expect that your will was so weak that you almost got conned. Bai Shishir glared at him. But after what she had said about his eye, she also didn't feel good retorting. In a bit, everyone scattered. However, Bai Shishi's mother had Long Chun remain. Did you sense that fiendish power? Chapter 3183, Heavenly Swell Domain? Dao Dawn Domain? Chapter 3183, Heavenly Swell Domain? Dao Dawn Domain? Long Chun nodded. I sensed it. Outside of the heavenly tribulation was some sinister power. When Bai Shishir was injured, it secretly stole a bit of her essence blood. Long Chun hadn't sensed anything odd during her tribulation until she grabbed that peak rank rune. The instant she was injured, that sinister energy appeared. When she bled, a bit of it was silently stolen. Only then did Long Chun notice just how serious this matter was. Bai Shishi's mother said, the auspicious chi of Crane Cry Valley repels that fiendish energy. Hence, it was only able to steal a trace of her essence blood when she was injured. It won't affect Shishir, but if it hadn't been for the auspicious chi, even if Shishir wasn't injured, the fiendish energy would have slipped away with quite a bit of her essence blood. The most curious part is that the actual person can't sense it. Our High Firmament Academy has Crane Cry Valley, but other sects don't have such an auspicious land. They can only rely on formations to prevent too much blood from leaking away. In the Heavenly Swell Domain, it's all right for the 4-peak realm, but if they try to advance to the Divine Lord realm, their primal bloodline will instantly be snatched away. After advancing, they will no longer be primals. Some people call this phenomenon the devil's curse. Most primals will leave the heavenly swell domain after reaching the four-peak realm. That's why it's so rare for primal divine lords to appear here in the heavenly swell domain. Senior, Junior has a question. When I killed the city lord of Silver Moon City, I saw a part of his memories. Why do you call the heavenly swell domain the Daodon domain? Asked Long Chun. He had read many books but hadn't found anything about this. Bai Shishi's mother smiled slightly. That relates to some secrets. This place is called the heavenly swell domain, as well as the Daodon domain. Both names are correct. However, only a portion of people call it the heavenly swell domain. Most people still call it the Daodon domain. The reason there are two names is because there was once an expert called Zhao Tianlan. A long time ago, the Daodon domain's devil sea suddenly erupted. Countless devils came out of its depths, and they wished to slaughter all the other life forms within the Daodon domain. This expert called Zhao Tianlan led an army against those devils, and then used his own life to summon a barrier to seal the devil eye staring at the Daodon domain. As he had sacrificed himself to protect the Daodon domain, to remember him, the Daodon domain's people changed the name of the Daodon domain to the heavenly swell domain. Regretfully, people always forget with time. Once the scar heals, the pain is forgotten. Many people have stopped calling it the heavenly swell domain and once more call it the Daodon domain. However, while others can do that, we can't, because that Zhao Tianlan was our High Firmament Academy's 17th dean. Hearing that, Long Chun understood. So the High Firmament Academy's dean had sacrificed himself to protect the Daodon domain. The High Firmament Academy was an extremely glorious existence. It was the oldest academy in the immortal world. However, now that it had declined, its former radiance was gone, and all kinds of evil monsters were crawling their way up its head. Calling it the Daodon domain again was not as simple as changing its name. It was erasing the High Firmament Academy's illustrious history and what they had done for the people. Is it related to Lord Brahma? Asked Long Chen. Bai Shishi's mother laughed. Child, you're a bit frightening when you're smart. Clearly, he had guessed correctly. This was a scheme. Originally, the High Firmament Academy's position within the heavenly swell domain was untouchable, but as Lord Brahma's forces grew, this oldest academy of the immortal world refused to bend to his will. Despite declining, it still stood tall against him. The desolate devils, the devil sea, and the devil curse, are they all related to Lord Brahma? Asked Long Chen. Even I cannot tell you that. I've only told you this much so you are mentally prepared. The immortal world has many secrets and many unknown forces. Don't get deceived by a temporary victory. You're smart, but it seems that you sometimes wish to have all the weaknesses of a hot-blooded youth. So I should still warn you even though it probably won't be useful. Even if it offends you, I still have to do it, said Bai Shishi's mother. Long Chun instantly felt a burning sensation on his face. It seemed that women always held grudges no matter how high their cultivation base or status was. Senior, haha, it's just a joke. Don't you also like to joke with my daughter? That's all I'll say for today. Seeing your divine flame power, it will probably take some time to settle. When you prepare for the four-peak tribulation, the Academy's seniors will come to protect you, said Bai Shishi's mother. She then left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Long Chen. He felt like the immortal world was far more mysterious than before. Everything he had seen so far was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. However, for the Academy to support him so much, he felt at ease. He then returned to his residence. There, he found Qin Feng waiting for him. Boss, Li Kai came and asked if he could join the Dragonblood Legion. He said that he would accept any conditions you wish. He simply wishes to get stronger. Even if he dies, he won't regret it. Qin Feng had seen Li Kai's worshipful gaze and found the latter to be not bad. If he was properly raised, it would be acceptable for him to join the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chun shook his head. It isn't a matter of talent. I can turn him into a primal, but the main thing is his will. He is lacking far too much in this regard compared to the rest of you that have experienced hundreds of battles. If he wants to become a Dragonblood warrior, he must go through the same kind of tempering. But we don't have the time to help him. We have enough trouble looking after ourselves. I said the same thing. But then he said that he would enter the field of bitter reincarnation to temper his will. The field of bitter reincarnation? Long Chun was shocked. That was the highest level of punishment in the academy, but it was also capable of tempering a person's will. Upon entering that place, a person's soul would be endlessly tormented. It was like being dropped into hell and revived after every death, only to suffer once more. It was a bit similar to his karmic flames tempering the soul. If it was used as punishment, a person's soul would directly dissipate within it. If it was used as a trial, a person had to endure that torment for around 20 days. But a normal person would have their will crumble after just 2 or 3 days. Once the trial was started, there was no stopping it. They had to go through all the reincarnations for it to end. Moreover, the rate of failure was extremely high, and the cost of failure was death or a broken mind. The Academy did not advocate for using this place as a trial. All right, if he really has that courage, if he passes, I can accept him into the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chun sighed. Every person had the right to pursue their dream. Although Long Chun didn't look favorably upon Li Kai's chances, he could not reject him. Haha, I knew that boss would agree. He already went, said Qin Feng. Long Chun was speechless. Qin Feng's guts were also quite big. He actually dared to make such a decision. But he had truly read Long Chin's mind perfectly. During the next few days, the other heavenly geniuses of the High Firmament Academy started undergoing their own tribulations in Crane Cry Valley. As for Long Chun, he spent these 10 days recuperating and finally obtained control over his explosive divine flame energy. On this day, Long Chun found a secluded place for himself and took out the golden dragon scale. Merging with me definitely won't be an insult to you. After saying that, he placed his hand on the scale. It shuddered and golden light erupted. After that, a clear dragon cry rang out. The surrounding mountains instantly shattered, and a sacred dragon might soared into the heavens. A 1. Tianlan equals heavenly swell. Chapter 3184, Refining the Dragon Scale. Chapter 3184, Refining the Dragon Scale. At this moment, a dragon roar resounded through the air, crumbling the mountains surrounding Long Chun instantly. Even space collapsed and the laws of time twisted. In this chaos, fragments of space-time flew about. Long Chin's white dragon scales instantly exploded, and he became a bloody mess. Right now, the golden dragon scale's domineering will was stripping away his azure dragon essence blood. Golden light slowly flowed into Long Chen's body. Just as Long Chun was absorbing the golden dragon essence blood, a group of figures appeared in the distance, watching Long Chun secretly. Amongst them were Bai Shishi's mother, Bai Shaole's mother, Bai Zhantong, as well as over 10 white-haired elders. One of them in particular was someone that Long Chun would recognize. It was the elder that he had encountered the first time he entered the Divine Scripture Pavilion. It was the elder cleaning up the bookcases. Other than him, the other elders were so old that their wrinkles were deeper than tree bark, and their eyes were white with age. They seemed so old that they couldn't even open their eyes. Moreover, Bai Zhantong and his wives didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of them. They were filled with reverence for them. Has the spatial barrier been set up? Asked the bookcase elder. Reporting to the dean, I've set up 3 layers. No one should be able to look into this space, said Bai Shaole's mother. This elder was precisely the High Firmament Academy's current dean, Bai Letian. Long Chun would definitely jump in shock if he learned this. Add another 2 layers, said Bai Letian after a moment's thought.
Yes.
Bai Shaole's mother nodded and vanished. Dad, you don't trust in Xiaoyu's power? Asked Bai Zhantong. Bai Shaole's mother possessed the 3 flower pupils and a powerful spatial power, so the barriers that she set up could not be seen through by others, especially not with 3 layers. For the dean to request an additional 2 layers was too much in Bai Zhantang's opinion. I naturally believe in her power, but Long Chin's matter involves major affairs. I have no choice but to be cautious, said Bai Letian. Before Bai Zhantong could reply, Bai Shishi's mother pulled on him and gave him a look. Only then did he shut his mouth. She said, Long Chun really is amazing. Without competing with the true dragon's will, he has obtained its approval and started the merger. His body is like a dragon's. If he wasn't a 9-star heir, I would suspect him to be the reincarnation of a dragon. But how can a 9-star heir be related to the dragon race? Furthermore, his cultivation technique has deviated from the realm of the 9 stars. It's inexplicable, said the elder. Letian, you dragged us out of our coffins just for this little fellow? Asked one of the other elders. His voice was rough and dry, like wood rubbing. It was as if he hadn't spoken in 10,000 years. Letian wouldn't dare to disturb the immortal elders for such a thing. It was the will of the master sweeper, said by Letian. Hearing that, those elders no longer said another word. They turned to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't know that so many experts were watching him in secret, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The golden dragon scale didn't fight him at all, and the dragon blood slowly merged into his body. He didn't know if this was special treatment because it was related to the descendant of the dragon expert, but it was only when the dragon blood entered his body that he understood just how terrifying it was. He was already at the peak of the divine flame realm, and his physical body had reached a terrifying level. But as soon as a single drop of this blood entered his body, his flesh exploded and his bones shattered. His body appeared incredibly weak in front of it. The golden dragon blood repeatedly destroyed his body and meridians before repairing them and destroying them again. They were strengthened several times with every rebirth, but it still wasn't enough. The pain of his meridians being destroyed was difficult to endure, but it didn't affect his consciousness. This was only possible because of his willpower. Eventually, his meridians had been reborn over 100 times and stopped breaking. His meridians had obtained the approval of the dragon blood. The meridians were the most important network in the human body. Only when they were strong enough could they carry immense power throughout every part of the body. The meridians didn't just need to endure bloodline power, but they also had to endure the impact of spiritual yuan, divine flame power, thunder force, flame energy, and other kinds of power. Hence, the strength of the meridians was essential. Now that his meridians were strong enough, the dragon blood began to circulate through his body. His body rumbled. Long Chun then fell to the ground, limp like dough. His bones shattered and his skin split open. Nail-sized fragments of his bones began to pierce out of his skin. Bone replacement. Long Chun was covered in sweat. The pain of this bone replacement far surpassed the pain of having his meridians reborn. Furthermore, it wasn't done in one go. His new bones were several times stronger, but still didn't meet the requirements of the golden dragon blood. As a result, Long Chun underwent a brutal torture. He didn't know how many times his bones were replaced, and fragments of bones formed a small hill around him. Finally, his bones reached the necessary strength. His flesh then began to be torn apart and restored, but this pain was no longer terrifying to Long Chen. Long Chun stood up, allowing his flesh to be stripped away and replaced. Blood dyed the earth red, but he didn't care at all. In order to fully transform, he needed to expel that remnant power. His body continued to grow stronger and stronger. After that, golden lines began to appear on his newborn flesh. He could already sense its terrifying power. The golden dragon blood continuously strengthened his body. At this moment, golden dragon scales gradually appeared on his body. Those scales shone brightly as if they were made of gold. When the final drop of blood exited the scale and entered his body, the dragon scale transformed to dust. As for Long Chen's golden scales, they blazed with light, and a brilliant dragon roar once more resounded throughout the heavens. With Long Chun at the core, a golden ripple spread in every direction. Wherever that ripple passed, the void exploded and the 10,000 das crumbled. Suddenly, a barrier of light appeared, but it instantly shattered. The ripple then smashed into the next barrier. That barrier instantly became covered in cracks and shattered after a few seconds as well. Standing in the distance, Bai Zhantong sucked in a cold gasp of air. He finally understood why Bai Letian wanted 5 barriers. This is a true dragon's sacred power? Bai Shishi's mother stared in shock. Chapter 3185, The Academy's Old Monsters. Chapter 3185, The Academy's Old Monsters. The sacred dragon might wreak havoc, destroying 2 barriers. It only stopped at the 3rd barrier. This child Long Chen's luck is heaven-defying. The master of this golden dragon scale actually possesses an incredibly noble bloodline. They probably have a huge background, said Letian. This sacred might destroys all laws. The master of that dragon scale has to be an amazing figure. It seems that even the Huayun Trading Company can misjudge. They couldn't see through the power concealed in the dragon scale, said Shishi's mother. The Huayun Trading Company had their own master appraisers, and their eyes were so sharp that it was almost unbelievable. However, they hadn't noticed just how extraordinary this dragon scale was. If they had known that this dragon scale possessed such a terrifying sacred might, its value was not something that the 9 prefecture conventions funds would be capable of purchasing. It's not the fault of the Huayun Trading Company. A true dragon's might cannot be tested, or it will be considered a provocation. It will either kill them or kill itself. Hence, they were only able to judge its value based on its age, marks, and accumulated history, said Letian. Space was still collapsing around Long Chun, and the dragon roar continued to ring out. A single barrier would have been unable to prevent that roar from being transmitted out. Fortunately, Xiaole's mother had added an additional 2 barriers. Otherwise, if the sound spread, it might cause widespread panic. Long Chen's body was covered in golden dragon scales. His aura was astonishing. He was like a heavenly deity in golden armor and appeared incredibly domineering. Those elders silently examined Long Chun for a long while before one of them said, "Master Sweeper has actually chosen him, so there's no need for us to come out. We trust in the Master Sweeper's vision." However, has the opportunity really ripened this time? It seems that there's still some time until it reaches maturity. Immortal Elder is correct. However, this matter is so big that there cannot be the slightest carelessness. "Do you have any pointers?" asked Letian. He was extremely courteous. Despite being the dean, he still revered these old fellows because they were his seniors. They had made great contributions to the High Firmament Academy. There are no pointers. The High Firmament Academy has countless seniors like Zhao Tianlan who sacrificed their lives for this world's peace. There are so many heroes who lost their lives fighting against the Devil Sea. If a person lacks respect and gratitude, they are actually the most evil life forms in this world. Long times of peace will make people forget about everything that the High Firmament Academy has done for the heavenly swell domain. Now they're even returning the name to the Dao Dawn domain, showing that they lack any gratitude to the High Firmament Academy. Forgetting history is a betrayal. If the Master Sweeper thinks that Long Chen is our chance, then we can try it. After all, the heavenly Daos are unclear, and the flow of fate is not obvious. Our old eyes still cannot see the omens of great changes in the world, so we don't dare to say anything for sure, nor do we dare to bet the fate of the High Firmament Academy on it, said the elder. We old-timers have been in seclusion for so long. Our eyes are no longer capable of seeing everything. Sometimes, the flapping of a single butterfly wing can cause a tornado in another place. Whether or not the immortal world will change because of a 9-star heir has yet to be decided. We need to continue observing. Long Chun can be raised. We will observe the changes in the heavenly Daos before deciding on the attitude of the High Firmament Academy. However, a 9-star heir is a double-sided sword that's easy to lose control of. It would be best if you take note of the scale and not let him learn too many of those ancient secrets. It's not good for him. After all, the heads of the 9-star heirs are even more rigid and stubborn than us old-timers. They don't know how to bend at all. Immortal elders, don't worry. This Long Chun is different from normal 9-star heirs. We will raise him properly. However, paper is unable to stop gunpowder. If the day comes that Long Chen's status is exposed, the Academy's attitude will be? Ask the dean. If he isn't the destined one, even we won't be able to protect him. We can only let him destroy himself. If he is the destined one, the High Firmament Academy will bet everything on him, answered that elder. Understood. The dean nodded. That elder nodded in reply, and he and the other elders vanished, leaving behind only Letian, Zhantong, and his wives. Dad, if Long Chun isn't the destined one, are we really going to cast him aside so heartlessly? Asked Zhantong. Although Shishi's mother was secretly pinching him, he still asked this question directly. What do you think? Asked Letian. That's cruel. He is a disciple of our academy and has entrusted his fate to us. Is abandoning him midway something a human can do? Raged by Zhantong. Zhantong. His wife's expressions both changed. These words were too far. How could he speak this way to his father? You shouldn't ask me about this. You should ask the master sweeper, said Bai Letian, completely disregarding the rudeness of his son. Hey dash. Just as Bai Zhantong was about to pursue this topic, two people dragged him back with all their might. You fool. What is there to ask about such a thing? When it comes to major powers, an individual's power is tiny. The High Firmament Academy has been enduring all this time. For what? This head of yours can only be covered with weeds for the rest of this lifetime. Get back here. Both of his wives dragged him away. In a corner of the High Firmament Academy, an elder with a broom and turbid eyes stared in a certain direction. That direction was where Long Chun was refining the dragon scale. It bound its fate to that child. It can't be wrong. The immortal world will change because of him. We are nothing more than spectators. This old sweeping elder smiled. After that, he continued sweeping. The fallen leaves blew in the wind, erasing his previous efforts, but he very patiently started sweeping from the start again. His rhythm didn't change at all. However, just then, he swept out a fragment of a broken blade from the cracks between the bricks. This fragment was still very sharp and left a cut in the bricks. His sweeping came to a stop. Staring at the broken fragment and the bricks, he picked up the fragment and shook his head. It seems that some uninvited guests are coming. Just a moment afterward, the alarm sounded. It was the alarm for an enemy attack. However, the elder acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued sweeping. Chapter 3186 Sudden Attack. Chapter 3186 Sudden Attack. Long Chin's body was covered in golden dragon scales. He had finally condensed the golden dragon battle armor. However, his newly condensed dragon scales were still very tender. They would only strengthen after a bit of time. Due to their tender state, he was unable to place his divine flames on them. Despite that, he felt completely transformed. Even without the golden dragon battle armor active, his physical body was capable of using the power of his divine flames. Previously, he was barely able to use the power of his divine flames even with the help of the Azure Dragon battle armor. But it was different now. His physical body was many times stronger than before. Even now, as the dragon blood circulated in his body, it was still strengthening. Just at this moment, Long Chin's tablet began to flash rapidly. He heard the sound of the alarm in the distance. Someone's attacking the High Firmament Academy. Long Chin's expression changed. He took out his black robes and rushed off with his lightning wings. Trash of the High Firmament Academy, face your deaths. Countless experts wearing black cloaks and masks covering their faces were assaulting the Outer Academy. The Outer Academy had been turned into ruins. The descent of hundreds of divine lords instantly smashed through the barrier. The Outer Academy's disciples didn't even have a chance to react before being blasted apart. Screams rang throughout the Outer Academy. Kill! Millions of those black-cloaked figures poured throughout the Outer Academy. They were all four peak experts being led by the Divine Lords. This attack came all too suddenly. From the moment the alarm rang to the barrier was destroyed, only an instant had passed. Their enemies had clearly come prepared. Brazen interlopers, do you still want to live after coming here? The High Firmament Academy's experts rapidly mobilized and came out of the Inner Academy. These attackers had destroyed all the transportation formations. They were somehow perfectly aware of where the Academy's transportation formations were. Hand over Long Chun, or countless people from the High Firmament Academy will be implicated. Don't blame others. A Divine Lord roared. But suddenly, the void shuddered and a golden fist smashed down. That Divine Lord directly exploded. After that, Long Chin's figure appeared, drawing out a wave of cheers. It's Heaven Master Long Chun. Long Chun was shocked and enraged when he saw what was before him. Many of the auras here were familiar to him. Just based on the fluctuations of their cultivation techniques, he could tell that these people were those experts that had fought against him at the end of the 9 Prefecture Convention. After killing so many of those Divine Lords, He was familiar with the remainder's fluctuations. Everyone, retreat back to the inner academy. Experts, first protect the outer academy's disciples. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. There were too many enemies, and everything was chaotic. There was no way to unleash any big moves like this, as it would only harm their own people. The first thing was to get the outer academy's disciples away from here. Keep acting hypocritical. This was all caused by you, yet you act like a savior. You, Long Chun, are a star of disaster. All these people died because of you, sneered a divine lord. Die. Long Chun furiously charged toward him like a bolt of lightning. In the face of that, the divine lord sneered fearlessly. You, Long Chun, are the world's most shameless person. You wish to be called a hero yet act like a coward. You should never have been born into this world. Ignorant fool, go repent in hell. Long Chen's black saber appeared in his right hand. However, he didn't use it. Just when he got close to this person, a lightning spear appeared in his left hand, and he stabbed that person through. Meanwhile, his saber swung to the side. Boom! The void exploded, and a blood-colored dagger appeared where Long Chen slashed. A figure popped out and struck his saber with a dagger. As a result, Long Chun was unable to keep hold of his saber, and it was blown out of his hand. At the same time, Long Chen's lightning spear stabbed through that confident divine lord, wiping him out. Did you think that an assassin could save your life? Long Chun snorted and grabbed his flying saber. He then pointed it at that masked assassin. Dog of the Bloodkill Hall, who gave you the guts to dare to come to my high firmament academy? No matter how marvelous this person's concealing arts were, they couldn't conceal themselves from Long Chen. His senses toward the Bloodkill Hall's experts were especially honed. That divine lord had intentionally baited Long Chen over, thinking that the assassin could kill him. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. The assassin snorted. Suddenly, his blood chi erupted, and a divine statue appeared behind him. Divine energy flowed out, freezing this space. A primal? Long Chun was startled. This assassin was actually a primal divine lord. Long Chen instantly thought of a certain possibility. With no time to overthink, Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and his star diagram flowed. When the 108,000 divine flames on his stars blazed, his saber slashed out. Boom! Chi waves clashed, and they made Long Chen's arm shudder. This primal of the Bloodkill Hall actually possessed terrifying power. That one exchange made his expression grave. This person should be considered a completely different existence than an ordinary divine lord. His attacks were backed by the laws of the heavenly Das. This primal could borrow the power of heaven and earth to fight. On the other hand, Long Chun was merely in the divine flame realm. He had to suffer from a severe realm suppression that was only exacerbated by the power of the world. After a slash with his saber, his lightning spear appeared and swung behind him. Another dagger appeared, shattering his lightning spear and piercing toward his chest. Just then, the void to the left of Long Chen collapsed, and another dagger silently stabbed toward Long Chun like a viper's fang. There wasn't just one primal divine lord from the Bloodkill Hall, but three. The three of them had set up a trap just for him. Seeing this, Long Chun snorted and swung his saber to block that killing blow. A flame lotus mark appeared on his left hand. He was prepared to exchange injury for injury. As long as he didn't die in one blow, he could instantly heal. If he managed to kill one in exchange, it would be much easier to handle the remaining two. However, even before he could react, a golden sword slashed through the air. That sharp sword chi made people's souls shake. Chapter 3187 Despicable Shameless. Chapter 3187 Despicable Shameless by Shirshir had arrived. Golden light shone from her entire body, and with a slash of her sword, golden light filled the world. One of the Bloodkill Hall's primal divine lords was slain by this slash. It was unblockable. Boom! Long Chen's saber forced aside the other one, and he dodged the third one's attack. Since Bai Shirshir had come, there was no need for him to fight in such a risky manner. Bai Shirshir unleashed the second slash of her sword. Her target hastily dodged, only for her sword chi to cut through his legs. After that, the explosive sword chi blasted his entire body apart. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but even his yuan spirit as well. Having advanced to the 4-peak realm and obtaining a peak rank Heavenly Dao rune, Bai Shishi's metal energy was so sharp that it was as if nothing could stop it. Fighting across realms was so easy for her now. In comparison, Long Chen seemed weak. This was because he was still in the divine flame realm, and there was a powerful realm suppression. Furthermore, his opponent was not an ordinary divine lord, but also a primal. To fight across 2 realms against a primal and still not be defeated was already extremely shocking. If Long Chen hadn't advanced to the peak of the divine flame realm and refined the golden dragon scale, allowing his physical body to strengthen by an unknown number of times, he wouldn't have been able to endure the first attack that contained the power of the heavenly das. As for the golden dragon battle armor, it still wasn't time to summon it. The golden dragon scale had just been refined. On the other hand, Bai Shishi was different. After absorbing the heavenly Dao runes, her attack naturally contained heavenly Dao energy, so she wasn't stifled like Long Chen. This was the advantage of her realm. Just then, the void shuddered and 8 spatial gates appeared around Long Chen and Bai Shishi. Not good. Long Chen's expression changed. This was another trap. Those 3 primal divine lords were actually just bait. The next moment, 8 daggers stabbed out like bolts of lightning, not giving either of them any chance to react. Furthermore, space froze around them, preventing them from moving. This was clearly the pressure of peak divine lords, and those that had fully activated their primal bloodline at that. Long Chen could sense the auras of the Bloodkill Hall's experts, but it seemed that the enemy side had factored that in. Just as he thought that the assassins were slain and he relaxed ever so slightly, they suddenly opened the spatial gates, giving him no time to react. Those 8 daggers were treasure items, and they contained the full power of 8 late-stage divine lords. Let alone Long Chen and Bai Shishi, even an immortal king might meet their end facing this attack. Boom! The 8 daggers collided and space exploded. Startled cries rang out from the crowd. However, just as they thought that Long Chen and Bai Shishi were slain, they found that the 2 of them had vanished. Bai Shaole's mother then appeared, forming hand seals. As space twisted, Long Chen and Bai Shishi appeared behind her. Just then, 2 sharp swords slashed toward those 8 figures. However, those 8 figures, after failing their first attack, went back into the spatial gates and vanished. The spatial gates then crumbled behind them, and the 2 swords missed. At this moment, the invaders running rampant crushed their jade talismans and vanished as well. The entire battlefield became empty in an instant, leaving behind only ruins. Fuck, they really pissed me off this time. Chase them. Bai Zhantong and Bai Shishi's mother also appeared. They were one step too late. Don't chase cornered enemies. Bai Shishi's mother hastily stopped him. The Battle God Palace's experts also arrived, their expressions ugly. However, if Bai Zhantong didn't chase after the enemies, they couldn't either. Cornered my ass. They aren't cornered at all. This is a naked provocation. I definitely cannot endure this, roared Bai Zhantong. Long Chen's expression was also ugly. Their enemies hadn't been planning on dealing a devastating blow to the High Firmament Academy. They were only probing the academy. They had even set up a trap just to kill him. If it hadn't been for Bai Shaole's mother arriving in time and using her spatial art to save them, they would have lost their lives here. It was definitely Imputa who was unwilling to simply swallow his anger. He wanted revenge. So, this was a testing blow, as well as a declaration of war. So many sects also participated. Just what was Imputa doing? It seemed that ever since the High Firmament Academy was established, it had never suffered such a grievance. Boom. Just then, a bunch of jade talismans exploded in the air. A provoking voice rang throughout the entire High Firmament Academy. Long Chen dared to kill the Killing God's disciple. He has committed a huge sin. If the High Firmament Academy does not want such a play to repeat itself, hand over the culprit. Boom. Another jade talisman exploded, and another voice rang out. Long Chen, everyone who was killed today died because of you. You think of yourself as a hero? If you don't want more innocent people of the High Firmament Academy to die because of you, obediently leave the academy. These talismans had clearly been thrown out in advance before they left. Despicable. Shameless. Everyone was enraged. The Bloodkill Hall was too shameless to use such a despicable means to force Long Chun to send himself to his death. Without the High Firmament Academy, how was Long Chun, a divine flame disciple, supposed to fight the Bloodkill Hall? The most shameless thing was that they placed the blame for all these deaths on Long Chun and the High Firmament Academy. Another talisman exploded. 7 days later, our Bloodkill Hall's 7 branch halls will gather in the Dao Dan domain. We'll give you 7 days. If you still don't hand over Long Chun by then, these 7 branch halls, along with the thousands of sects in the Dao Dan domain, will fight to the death against your High Firmament Academy. Perhaps we want Dare to enter the High Firmament Academy, but anyone who steps 1 foot outside will be mercilessly killed. Do your best. Hearing this, Long Chun was furious and veins throbbed on his forehead. Upon looking at the corpses and blood in this wreckage, his killing intent exploded. Long Chun, calm down. They're doing this intentionally. The academy isn't afraid of them, said Bai Shirshir. She thought that he really would leave the academy. It seems that the lesson I gave them last time wasn't enough. Then don't blame Boss Long San for being vicious. Looking at the fragments of the jade talismans, he had a brazen idea. 7 days? Good, that was enough. Chapter 3188, Handling It Himself. Chapter 3188, Handling It Himself. The sneak attack started quickly and ended just as quickly. In just a few breaths' time, the outer academy was left a wreckage. Many people felt that things were over before they even started. Seeing the destruction around them, they felt like they were in a nightmare. They couldn't believe their eyes. The reason Long Chun had managed to arrive so quickly was because the place where he had refined the dragon scale wasn't that far. Bai Shirshir had arrived quickly because she had been planning on going out for a trip. However, by the time Qin Feng arrived, it was already over. As for young Master Changchuan, Bai Shaola, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Mu Qingyun, and the others, they were still in seclusion after just finishing their tribulations. They didn't know what was happening in the outside world. The inner academy's disciples rushed over only to see the devastation, and it dumbfounded them. At this moment, the academy's experts were organizing people to save the heavily wounded disciples and counting the losses. In just this short time, tens of thousands of outer academy disciples had been slain. The only thing to be happy about was that the targets were the outer academy's buildings, and those buildings had formations that helped the disciples block most of the power. Otherwise, divine lords had enough power to wipe out all the outer academy's disciples in just those few breaths. Bai Zhantong was just as ashen as Long Chun, but was dragged away by Bai Shishi's mother. As for the higher-ups of the academy, they didn't show themselves from the start. Long Chun, don't take this to heart. Don't fall for their bait, urged Bai Shirshir. Tell our seniors that there is no need for the academy to do anything about this matter. Within 7 days, I will give the academy an explanation, said Long Chun before turning around and leaving. Long Chun, Bai Shirshir was startled. She then tried to grab him, but she couldn't. The only good thing was that he was walking back into the inner academy, not out. What are you planning? After they've gone this far, are you still planning on cowering like tortoises in their shell? Bai Zhantang's voice rang in a palace hall. This hall was where the dean and the various institute heads were gathered. Right now, all of them had grave expressions. Even the various institute heads had flames of fury in their eyes. The dean frowned and barked. If you want to keep shouting, then get out. For even the amicable dean to get angry, the furious Bai Zhantong instantly shrank back. Are we simply going to endure this? Demanded Bai Zhantong, his voice much quieter. After living for so many years, you still get angry at minor things. How can you do anything important without any steadiness? Do you think you are Long Chun? He is nothing more than a child in his 20s. Are you trying to learn how to do things impetuously without thinking about the consequences? Can a temper resolve your problems? If you bring the Battle God Palace's experts out, will that resolve the problem? Asked the dean angrily. At the very least, we would protect the High Firmament Academy's dignity, declared Bai Zhantong. Bai Shirshir and Bai Shaola's mothers shook their heads. They also had no way to deal with his temper. In this state, only the dean could suppress him. Fool, if you don't use our hidden power, how will you handle all the Bloodkill Hall's experts that step across worlds? If you do use our hidden power, it will expose us, and we will no longer have a chance to secretly develop. Lord Brahma would declare war. Now isn't the time for that, understood? Demanded by Letian angrily. Bai Zhantong finally fell silent, but was still ashen with rage. Although he was impetuous, he was no fool. He also knew that the Bloodkill Hall was trying to figure out their bottom line through this probing. The deputy dean said, for Imputa to suddenly attack, there must be some scheme. He has incited so many sects of the heavenly swell domain to attack us together. If we were to directly attack them all, they would definitely spread a story throughout the heavenly swell domain to erase all of the contributions that the High Firmament Academy has made for the heavenly swell domain. They will destroy our reputation. You can do 10,000 good things, only for one bad thing to erase all of them. Imputa knows this, which is why he joined together so many sects and had them wear masks to attack us. This matter is truly thorny. There's no way to counter them. Then what are we going to do? Just endure like this? What about our disciples? Do we let them become the prey? If we can't even protect our disciples, how long will we be able to last with no fresh blood? Demanded by Zhantong. There are two ways to resolve this. One is to attack, and the other is to defend. If we attack, our reputation would crumble, so it would be better to defend and activate the killing formation. Didn't they say that they will undergo a large-scale assault if we don't hand over Long Chun within 7 days? We can wait for them to attack, and then we can kill as many as we want without anyone being able to say anything about it, said an institute head. Quite a few people nodded. This method was quite dependable. If they were going to come again, then the killing formation could kill them. Just then, a voice came from outside the palace hall. However, this will only encourage those little people's arrogance. They will think that the High Firmament Academy has already fallen. People rarely send charcoal in winter, but they will throw stones at someone who falls into a well. Countless powers will think that the High Firmament Academy is weak enough for them to join the Bloodkill Hall against us. Although the Bloodkill Hall has said those ruthless words, if they don't come in 7 days and merely surround us, what can we do? Bai Shirshir walked in. Her words were difficult to bear but correct. They couldn't attack, and they wouldn't have a chance to defend. Normally, for Bai Shirshir to barge into this place was a very rude conduct. However, Bai Letian merely smiled slightly. Even at such a young age, Bai Shirshir was able to think this far. That fellow has said that he won't make things hard for the High Firmament Academy. He'll handle it himself. After saying that, Bai Shirshir bowed to everyone. She turned and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded institute heads. Chapter 3189, An Ocean of Devil Corpses. Chapter 3189, An Ocean of Devil Corpses. The fact that the High Firmament Academy was attacked shook the entire heavenly swell domain. However, thinking about it, Long Chun had killed Gue Yun right in front of Imputa. There was no way that a world king wouldn't retaliate. However, it had to be known that the High Firmament Academy was the oldest academy within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Its foundation ran shockingly deep. Although it had declined, no matter how far it declined, it was still the High Firmament Academy. Lord Brahma's power in the immortal world was immense, and countless sects had submitted to him. But the High Firmament Academy always ignored his threat. Even after so many years, no matter how dissatisfied Lord Brahma was with the High Firmament Academy, he was unable to launch a frontal assault. Now, Imputa had sent out a sneak attack on the academy. This matter was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps Gue Yun's death gave Lord Brahma's side the excuse to start a war with the High Firmament Academy. After all, Imputa had sent a probing blow. This might be the premonition of a fight to the death between these two colossal figures. Countless sects shivered with fear and trepidation. Some old monsters announced that they were going into seclusion, while the disciples were sternly forbidden from taking half a step outside of the sect. However, some sects had sent people to the Bloodkill Hall just to show their loyalty to Lord Brahma. Although 100 sects were nothing compared to the total number of sects in the heavenly swell domain, It had to be mentioned that these 100 sects all ranked near the top in terms of strength. According to actual power, they represented half of the heavenly swell domain's strength. Moreover, they had no choice but to stand on Imputa's side because Long Chun had said that when he advanced to the Four-Peak realm, if their sects had yet to disband, he would destroy them. Their inheritances stretched back tens of thousands of years, so how could they allow such an inheritance to vanish because of one man's threat? Hence, they had no choice but to bind themselves to Imputa's thick leg. After the sneak attack on the High Firmament Academy, no further movements occurred. As a result, countless rumors swirled throughout the heavenly swell domain. They were mostly saying that the High Firmament Academy had completely decayed to the point that they were an empty shell. They weren't a match for the Bloodkill Hall. It was said that during this attack, the Bloodkill Hall had only sent a single Outer Domains branch sect. However, when the 6 other branch halls gathered, even an immortal king might appear, and their number of primal divine lords would be in the hundreds. That was enough power to sweep through the heavenly swell domain. Clearly, Imputa was truly enraged. At this moment, no one had a high opinion of the High Firmament Academy's chances. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed bit by bit. No news came from the High Firmament Academy. It was on the 4th day when a rumor spread that a group of primal assassins from the Bloodkill Hall had slipped into the High Firmament Academy's inner academy to kill their disciples. However, those assassins were killed by the Academy's experts as soon as they charged in. But they still killed a few disciples. Those assassins were death warriors who had been sent with almost no hope of returning alive. They only went in to kill people. This rumor shook countless experts. The Bloodkill Hall was truly terrifying. However, no news came from the High Firmament Academy. Even the arrogant and domineering Long Chun didn't make a single sound. Hence, countless people cursed him for being a coward hiding in his tortoise shell. This unlucky star was about to bring down the entire High Firmament Academy. Thanks to the waves pushed on by certain people, Long Chun was turned into an irredeemable villain. All his heroism was faked. They repeatedly threw whatever dirty water they could on him, but no response came. No one knew that just as everyone was eyeing the High Firmament Academy, a batch of products from the Huayun Trading Company was sent over. Many thanks. When Long Chun looked at the mountains of devil beast corpses within the various trunks, he was extremely grateful. Mr. Long Chun is too courteous. Manager Xin Ming has said that no matter what you want, we are to do everything we can to help. There are 176,545 devil beast corpses here. There are 500 at the late-stage Divine Lord realm, 1,626 at the mid-stage, 18,300 at the early stage, and the rest at the Four-Peak realm. This is currently our entire stock in the heavenly swell domain. After all, devil beast corpses aren't one of our main businesses. They are mostly collected by some subordinates, so we don't have any higher quality ones. My apologies, said the person from the Huayun Trading Company who had come. Long Chun had originally wanted the High Firmament Academy to help him gather a large number of devil beast corpses. However, the Academy always split apart the corpses and threw away the flesh, leaving behind only the important crystal core and valuable parts. However, Long Chun needed their flesh. It was the crystal cores that were worthless to him. Thus, he went to ask the Huayun Trading Company for help. Long Chun didn't know if it was due to the matter of the 9 Prefecture Convention, causing Xin Ming to feel like he owed Long Chun a debt, but the Huayun Trading Company directly started gathering these corpses in large numbers. Even some mercenaries' devil corpses were bought just for Long Chun. It went without saying that they were truly dependable. Whether it was the Martial Heaven Continent's Huayun sect or the current Huayun Trading Company, they had never let Long Chun down. After sending off that person, Long Chun directly tossed the devil corpses into the primal chaos space's black soil. The giant area of black soil was like a gaping maw that would never get full. Those devil beast corpses were gigantic, but were quickly devoured. After that, life energy spread throughout the primal chaos space. The wood foundation divine trees grew extremely slowly, but with this nourishment, they began growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. They grew straight up, both slender and long like javelins. It was only once they reached an astonishing height that they began to sprout. With a bunch of leaves on them, they finally appeared a bit more like trees. They were no longer just bare poles. However, after that, their growth rate slowed down once more. They stopped shooting straight up and began to thicken. They were originally so thin that you could wrap your arms around them, but after 2 hours of devouring this life energy, they had reached a diameter of 3 meters, and marks had also appeared on the tree bark. They no longer appeared to be giant saplings. In just a short 6 hours, those devil beast corpses were all devoured. As for the wood foundation divine trees, they had reached a width surpassing 6 meters. Every single one of them contained an astonishing amount of life energy. Excellent. With such a powerful shield, no matter how many injuries I take, I won't have to worry. It was already the 6th day when he was done. On this day, he dragged Qin Feng over to Bai Shaole's mother. Senior, please bring us on a trip to the Falling Sunset Prefecture's Bloodkill Hall. The time for them to repay their blood debt has come. Chapter 3190 Heavenly Tribulation, Divine Punishment. Chapter 3190 Heavenly Tribulation, Divine Punishment. The Falling Sunset Prefecture was at the southern border of the Heavenly Swell Domain. This prefecture was filled with desolate mountains and empty lakes. It was the prefecture with the least people among the 9 prefectures. However, it had been rather lively lately. In the northwest mountain range, within a mysterious valley, a towering statue had been constructed. That was a statue of Imputa. At the end of this valley was a stone mountain that had been carved into a palace. This place had become a branch of the Bloodkill Hall. Compared to the Martial Heaven continent, the Bloodkill Hall was more exposed here. In the immortal world, although the Bloodkill Hall's reputation was terrible, they were backed by Imputa, so even if people knew, no one dared to challenge them. There were naturally some terrifying powers that the Bloodkill Hall didn't dare to offend, and the Bloodkill Hall didn't do anything to those powerful forces. It was only those that they could offend that they targeted, so the Bloodkill Hall was able to live out in the sun in the immortal world. Countless experts were coming and going here. It was exceptionally lively. Within the palace was a flood of people. They seemed to be gathering. On top of a large mountain, Long Chun watched them from a distance. Killing intent burned in his eyes when he looked at the statue and those people. This place is the limit. Those fellows seem to be prepared for if we attack them. They fully activated Imputa's divine sense formation. My spatial divine ability cannot hide from them, said Bai Shaole's mother. She had brought Long Chen and Qin Feng here. Originally, with her spatial talent, she should have been able to bring them closer. But the Bloodkill Hall wasn't giving them any chance to sneak attack. No problem. As long as Senior can send us to that plaza, everything will be handled. I'd like Senior to keep watch from the side. I will send Qin Feng out in a bit, so please help me receive him, said Long Chen. Are you sure about this? Asked Bai Shaole's mother. She hadn't even asked what Long Chen was planning, but his current appearance already told her. When Long Chen asked her for help, she received word from the dean to not ask anything and directly agree, so she brought Long Chen and Qin Feng here. Seeing the Bloodkill Hall's experts milling about, it seemed that they weren't bragging. They had most likely brought all the experts of multiple branches of theirs. There were also the heads of many other powers present. Long Chun wanted to undergo tribulation here. That was truly a crazy idea. With so many divine lords here, it would transform into a heavenly tribulation capable of killing them all. However, as long as the person undergoing tribulation was killed, the tribulation would end immediately. Before those divine lords were slain, Long Chen himself might be killed by the tribulation. Hence, she very much wished to urge him to give up. This was impossible. She didn't know why the academy wasn't stopping him. Senior, don't worry. I do this very often. It's a walk in the park. As long as you can send us in, you can just watch the fun from the side, said Long Chun, a sinister coldness flashing in his eyes. They wished to play? He had long since stopped playing using such meaningless tricks, but since they wanted to play, he would make it even bigger. Long Chun originally hadn't wanted to take this risk. He knew that his heavenly tribulations were always terrifying. If he underwent it in the auspicious land, it should give him a slightly higher chance of success. His tribulations were always killer tribulations. However, the Bloodkill Hall had completely infuriated him. If he didn't give them a proper lesson, how would they know who Boss Long San was? All right. Bai Shaole's mother didn't say much else. She slowly formed hand seals. At this moment, Long Chun took a deep breath, and Qin Feng was completely focused. He was in his peak state. He knew what was about to happen, but he wasn't nervous. Instead, he was excited. Suddenly, a streak of light enveloped Long Qin and Qin Feng, bringing them flying toward the Bloodkill Hall. A barrier instantly appeared in front of them, and an ear-piercing alarm rang out. Long Chun and Qin Feng smashed into the barrier. After that, the light covering them vanished. They felt that space had been displaced, and they suddenly found themselves on the head of the giant statue. The sound of the alarm drew out countless experts. When they saw Long Chen and Qin Feng, they were dumbfounded. Idiots of the Bloodkill Hall, as well as the rest of you fools, I told you not to provoke me, but you refused to listen. Today, they'll let you regret it in hell. Long Chen's aura suddenly changed. When his divine flames erupted, he broke through his shackles, sending his cultivation base to the 13th heaven stage. In that instant, the world turned dark, and a dark mass of tribulation clouds gathered. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. The world rumbled, and the earth split open. It felt like space was being crushed. The Bloodkill Hall's experts were all stunned. They had never seen such a terrifying tribulation. Even Bai Shaole's mother was shocked. She was a divine lord and had experienced the divine lord tribulation, but even that didn't possess such a terrifying power. This heavenly tribulation contained pure destructive will that made her shudder. Her soul felt like it was being stabbed. What is going on? How can this tribulation contain no aura of the Tao or law? It's only destruction, without a trace of life. Bai Shishi's mother stared in shock. This tribulation. It proves that he is the destined one. Just then, the dean appeared by her side, along with the other higher-ups of the academy. You all. Bai Shishi's mother was startled. She wasn't even aware that the dean had been following them. Junior sister, let's just watch for now. Bai Shishi's mother smiled and pulled her to her side. Bai Shishir had also come. Seeing that tribulation and sensing its destructive might, she couldn't help feeling fear. In the distance, they heard Long Chen shout, "You pack of fools, Boss Long San has to do some heaven-shaking things, or you'll never understand that Boss Long San calls the Yama King brother, this bastard." Seeing Long Chen and Qin Feng suddenly pull down their trousers, she hastily turned her head away. Bai Shishir and Bai Shaole's mothers also looked away speechlessly. In front of countless dumbfounded gazes, Long Chen and Qin Feng soaked Imputa's divine statue with their urine. Courting death. The Bloodkill Hall's experts were enraged. It drew them out of their stupor, and they charged at Long Chen. They would not permit anyone to blaspheme the killing god. Boom. At this moment, Long Chen's saber swung out, not at those experts, but at the tribulation clouds in the sky. What? Those experts came to a shocked stop again. Someone dared to attack tribulation clouds? That was equivalent to becoming enemies with the heavenly Daos. Was he defying the heavens? The tribulation clouds were split apart, rumbling intensely, shaking people's ears until they felt like their ears were being stabbed. Even divine lords fell deaf, unable to hear anything else. The surging lightning was like an ancient beast that was awoken from its slumber by a slap in the face. Run! The dean suddenly waved his hand. Everyone vanished. Just then, the ground within 100,000 miles became covered in ripples. Crap! We've been locked down by the heavenly tribulation, exclaimed a divine lord. Chapter 3191 Destroying Heaven and Earth. Chapter 3191 Destroying Heaven and Earth. The heavenly tribulation covered heaven and earth, trapping all life forms within its domain. Its destructive will filled this domain. This was the rage of the heavenly Daos. It could destroy the very world. Heavenly tribulations could only be endured, not fought. This was a principle that had never changed from the beginning of time. But today, Long Chen was challenging the heavenly tribulation. When Long Chen and Qin Feng suddenly appeared, these assassins didn't think about how to handle them. They didn't believe that these two would just send themselves to their death. Thinking that it was a trap, they paid more attention to the surroundings. That one moment of doubt gave Long Chen his chance. Everything was within his calculations. These assassins were all crafty. They had habits ingrained into them to always figure out the situation first before moving. Hence, their first reaction would be to figure out why he had appeared here. It was that meticulous hesitation that resulted in them falling into his trap. At this moment, Heavenly might locked onto every single person. They had become targets of the heavenly tribulation. The most appalling thing about this tribulation was that there were no heavenly tribulation law swords descending down toward the divine lords. The so-called heavenly tribulation law swords were the judgment of the heavenly tribulation. Those swords would kill anyone disturbing the heavenly tribulation, and they could ignore a person's cultivation base to wipe them out. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they couldn't contend against the heavens. These assassins weren't that afraid of Long Chen's tribulation because as long as they killed him before the heavenly tribulation law swords descended, everything would be over. However, they had been locked down, but the law swords still hadn't manifested. That meant that they were not considered disturbing the heavenly tribulation by being there. In other words, the power of Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was so high that their existence here didn't disturb it. Thus, the law swords didn't appear. Such a heavenly tribulation probably hasn't appeared more than a few times in all of the immortal world's history, muttered by Shaoles's mother. Just now, even she hadn't reacted. It was the dean who had brought them away. Otherwise, they might have been covered by the tribulation as well. Kill him quickly. The Bloodkill Hall's experts had a bad feeling. A sensation of death welled up inside their hearts. Boom. However, before they could move, Long Chen attacked the tribulation once again. A giant saber image left a crack in the clouds. After that, the tribulation clouds slowly swirled and descended. The pressure increased until it was like a river of stars was pressing down on them. As a result, the earth crumbled and collapsed. The buildings of the Bloodkill Hall were destroyed. It looked as if Judgment Day had come. Some of the Four Peak experts were unable to endure that pressure and directly exploded. No. Many of those Four Peak experts belonged to the Heavenly Swell Domain and had participated in the 9 Prefecture Convention, as well as the sneak attack on the High Firmament Academy. Now, they paid the price. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, let us off. We were forced to do this. A Four Peak expert cried out, only for the distraction to cause him to be crushed by the pressure. Forced? Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed. This isn't the first time I tell you not to provoke me. But you simply don't know what respect is, treating my warning as pleading. Let you off? Who will let off the innocent disciples of the High Firmament Academy who were killed? When you killed them, did you think about this day? All of you can die. Even the wild thunder booming in the air couldn't cover up Long Chen's roar. His voice was filled with killing intent. Boom. When Long Chen slashed the tribulation clouds once again, the slowly descending clouds came to a brief stop. At that moment, the world fell deathly silent. They could only hear their hearts beating. In that instant, terror filled all of their hearts, including the Divine Lords. They suddenly found that they couldn't move. At this time, they couldn't charge at Long Chen even if they wanted to. Those Divine Lords finally understood just what kind of foolish mistake they had made by hesitating. Their one chance at survival had slipped out of their reach. The heavenly tribulation clouds began to swirl like a giant vortex. All of a sudden, the center of it lit up, like a fiend's eye that had just opened. That eye was thousands of miles wide. At this moment, the entire world grew blindingly bright, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Boss, I feel like I might die. Looking at this terrifying tribulation, Qin Feng turned green. At first, he had been very excited to undergo tribulation with his boss. That would definitely benefit him immensely. However, sensing this power, he felt like he was an ant within a storm of steel. Just touching it would cause him to turn into dust. Long Chen smiled. It really was a correct decision to bring Qin Feng here. Even in the face of death, he could still joke around. Aren't you satisfied to bring so many others down with you in death? Said Long Chen. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down. From a distance, it looked like a silver flood. In front of it, humans seemed completely minuscule. When the pressure soared, this territory of the Bloodkill Hall was completely destroyed. All the buildings were gone, and the earth sank. Anyone below the Divine Lord realm turned into splatters of blood. The High Firmament Academy's higher-ups were stunned to see this. Even with all their experience, seeing millions of experts slain in an instant horrified them. The Bloodkill Hall had gathered the experts of over 100 sects, as well as the experts of multiple branch halls. But just like that, they were slain. Whether it was primals or ordinary disciples, as long as they were below the Divine Lord realm, they were wiped out. Witnessing so many deaths occur in an instant was such a shocking sight that couldn't be described with words. The lightning then fell on Long Chen's body. When that happened, the divine statue rumbled. Imputa's statue was the only construction remaining in this area. Long Chen allowed the torrent of lightning to fall on him. The silver flood was composed of countless lightning runes, and they exploded like volcanoes when they struck his body. Long Chen could ignore this level of lightning, but Qin Feng was unable to. His body instantly turned bloody. However, he clenched his teeth and bitterly endured. This was a huge opportunity for him, as it was the fastest way to increase the power of his physical body. It was the key to fully unlocking the power of his new dragon blood. As more lightning poured down, even divine lords started to reach their limit. Although their realm was high, the power of their physical bodies couldn't compare to Qin Feng's. In front of this heavenly tribulation, their realm was meaningless. Divine lords began to get crushed into a mass of terror and regret. After a while, only over 100 primal divine lords still managed to hang out. They came from outside of this domain, and they were true experts. But in front of this terrifying heavenly tribulation, they didn't dare to even move or dodge. They couldn't resist. As soon as they made any move, it would draw the attention of the heavenly tribulation, and that was no different from courting death. This was Long Chen's tribulation, so the heavenly tribulation was targeting him. If they made any moves, the tribulation would turn its attention on them. The tribulation is already so terrifying right from the start. Can Long Chen really survive it? Asked an institute head worriedly as he looked up at the heavenly tribulation. It was only going to grow even more powerful. Chapter 3192, You're Finally Here. Chapter 3192, You're Finally Here. This terrifying tribulation made everyone afraid. Furthermore, it had just started. If Long Chen really was in danger of failing, no one could save him. Anyone who tried to would definitely die. It had nothing to do with how high that person's realm was. Don't speak to avoid getting caught by the heavenly tribulation and invoking karma, said the dean. Hearing this warning, the other higher-ups of the academy shuddered. They instantly shut their mouths. Any karma grasped by the heavenly Daos would be troublesome. At this moment, the heavenly lightning raged like an angry sea. This place became a sea of lightning. The remaining experts of the Bloodkill Hall were like tiny boats trying to survive within this raging sea. They didn't dare to flee or resist, so they could only bitterly endure. Qin Feng coughed up blood. The lightning ravaged his body, almost tearing him apart. He was reaching his limit. He had just refined the Resonance Dragon's reverse scale, so his physical body had grown terrifyingly powerful. Just the power of his physical body surpassed the primal divine lords of the Bloodkill Hall. However, he was at the center of the tribulation with Long Chen. The pressure he was enduring was far greater than what those experts were enduring. Just then, a curtain of light appeared over Qin Feng's body. A lightning dragon could be seen within that barrier, and it devoured some of the lightning attacking him, reducing the pressure on him until he could just barely manage to hang on. There was no need for Long Chen to say anything. Qin Feng was also aware that every extra second he could endure during this heavenly tribulation would benefit him immensely. He refused to let himself admit defeat or fall unconscious. This was his conviction. This heavenly tribulation wasn't even targeting him. It was targeting his boss. If he couldn't even endure this bit of power, how could he be qualified to follow his boss any longer? Bai Shishir watched as Qin Feng clenched his teeth and endured. She sighed inside. As expected, there were no shortcuts to becoming an expert. Previously, she had been shocked by Qin Feng's powerful will and mental strength. Now that she saw him facing the wrath of the heavens, his body being pushed to the limit but still persevering, she understood. The will of the heavenly Daos was like a sharpening blade tempering a person's will. Having also gone through the heavenly tribulation, she knew just how terrifying it was. Furthermore, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was like a heavenly punishment. The sharpening blade became a hammer, so it wasn't sharpening him. It was hammering him. It was hard to imagine just how great the heavenly might that was crashing down on them was. Seeing how ashen those primal divine lords were and how they didn't even dare to move, it had to be terrifying. Now Bai Shishir could understand just how Long Chen could resist the will of a world king. No matter how powerful a world king was, could they surpass the heavens? Bai Shishir felt a bit regretful. If she could be like Long Chen and dared to challenge the heavenly tribulation, she didn't know just how much stronger her will would be. Of course, after thinking about it calmly, if she failed, it would be the end of everything. More lightning runes poured down without any sign of weakening. Instead, they simply grew stronger. Long Chen had his upper body bare and his hands raised toward the heavens. He seemed to be bathing in lightning. Although this lightning was wild, it was absorbed into his body like water in a dried-up waterbed. Those lightning runes went from rampaging tigers to gentle sheep once they were in his body. They gradually merged into his flesh and blood. After the dragon blood had changed his body, he was now many times stronger. Furthermore, the golden dragon blood gradually transformed, going from gold to red. But when it became red, it grew even more active than before. Long Chen didn't know why such a thing would occur. All he knew was that this was a good thing. Through the baptism of this heavenly tribulation, the golden dragon essence blood would truly become one with his body. As he sucked in this lightning, millions of tiny lightning dragons swam through the air. They were continuously absorbing the lightning. However, Lei Long was only absorbing them bit by bit, afraid that it would affect Long Chen if too much was absorbed. Furthermore, Lei Long was also controlling the intensity of the lightning pouring down on Qin Feng, not letting it surpass his limits. Long Chen had said that the big feast was coming later, so there was no rush. Suddenly, the void shuddered and countless life forms fell from the heavens, charging at Long Chen. Some of them were of the human race with strange clothes, but there were also all kinds of beasts. There were dragons, phoenixes, goblin monsters, wild devils, demonic beasts, and many more. Many of them were things that people had never seen before. Those life forms roared and charged at Long Chen as if he was the one who had killed them when they were alive. An aura of resentment erupted. It was as if the gates to hell had been opened. The heavenly tribulation has manifested the resentful spirits of the dead. These are all life forms he killed in his life? Exclaimed Bai Zhantong. Legend had it that those who had killed too many people would have a chance to face such a manifestation during their heavenly tribulation. Those life forms that had been slain would manifest during the tribulation to get revenge on their killer. It was said that these heavenly tribulation manifestations were connected by the karma of the heavenly Daos. These resentful life forms absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation to match the power of the one undergoing tribulation. Normally, such a manifestation declared that the person undergoing tribulation would be killed for sure. Such a tribulation was not just difficult to survive. It was practically impossible to beat. These life forms continued to pour out limitlessly. They easily surpassed the billions. Even the Bloodkill Hall's experts were affected. However, the Bloodkill Hall's experts didn't attack back. Someone had summoned divine energy barriers, only to be torn apart. A life form that looked like a human skeleton wielding a giant blade slashed through his defenses and struck, causing him to cough up blood. These life forms were covered in lightning, and their attacks contained the might of the heavens. Even primals, who were capable of blocking the attack, were unable to block the will of the heavens that attacked them as well. As a result, that person's mind almost shattered. Chant the Divine Sutra, summon divine protection. Someone from the Bloodkill Hall shouted, and everyone began to chant at the same time. After that, their foreheads split open, and blood poured out, condensing into chains that linked them all together. Imputa's divine statue glowed. At this moment, a divine mark appeared on his chest. Its light joined with those blood chains, and the statue's closed eyes flew open. Imputa's aura manifested. Imputa, you're finally here. I want to ask you, how do you feel now? Long Chun smiled as he fought off the attacks of those life forms with a lightning blade. Chapter 3193, Accompanying to the End. Chapter 3193, Accompanying to the End. Long Chun slaughtered the attacking life forms with his lightning blade. At this moment, the millions of lightning dragons were no longer holding back. They grew larger and began to devour the lightning life forms. Those life forms didn't have their own wills. All they wanted was to kill Long Chen. However, they didn't know how to attack Lei Long because it was also a lightning spirit. They only struggled but didn't fight back against Lei Long. As a result, Lei Long had an immense advantage over them and crazily slaughtered them. Countless lightning life forms kept on descending, but the lightning dragons were devouring them. By the time they got through, only a few managed to reach Long Chun, and he was able to kill them easily. Everything was under control. He even had the space to antagonize Imputa. When Imputa's divine statue opened its eyes, his god aura unfurled. His divine spirit had been summoned by the call of those divine lords, which allowed him to possess this statue. Long Chun, you are courting death. When Imputa saw the destruction before him, he was shocked and enraged. The Bloodkill Hall's elite troops had been wiped out, with only a few people persevering. The most unendurable thing was that his divine statue had 2 splashes of urine on its head. This was an unbelievable humiliation to him. As a result of his fury, his divine might was unleashed. The will of a world king raged, and it caused the heavenly tribulation to shudder. As a result, an even stronger and more terrifying heavenly pressure crashed down. All those primal divine lords coughed up blood, cracks covering their entire bodies. It was the same for Qin Feng. This sudden heavenly might had nothing to do with the lightning. It was something that directly targeted the will, so Qin Feng felt like he might collapse at any moment. Even Imputa's statue became covered in countless cracks. The might of the heavens would not allow anyone to provoke it, not even a world king. You are the one courting death. I told you not to provoke me, but it seems that you didn't hear me clearly. You want to play this game with me? Don't think that you have the advantage because you have lived for countless years. When it comes to these kinds of tricks, Boss Long San is the true ancestor. If you want to play, he'll accompany you to the end. You think you're a badass? Just try to be badass this time too. Do you still want your divine inheritance? Do you still care about these chess pieces? Sneered Long Chun fearlessly. Everything happening right now seemed to be within Long Chun's expectations. The Academy's experts sighed in the distance. When this fellow wanted to, he could calculate things perfectly. Imputa is caught now. If he dares to use his divine energy, it will be considered going against the heavenly tribulation. The wrath of the heavens will not only kill those primal divine lords, but it will also destroy his divine spirit and statue. That will wipe out all the accumulated karmic luck he has built up for tens of thousands of years in the heavenly swell domain. Furthermore, most terrifying of all, attempting to kill Long Chen in his tribulation would be considered a disruption of the tribulation. The karma will definitely be recorded by the tribulation. Unless he isn't planning on undergoing another tribulation again in this lifetime, the karma will be settled the next time he advances. It will very likely take his life. This young fellow is truly skilled, praised an institute head. Toward the end, he didn't mention Long Chen's name specifically to avoid karma. However, everyone knew that he was talking about him. Imputa was a world king, a large figure even when counting the immortal world as a whole. However, he had been bullied by a junior like Long Chen to the point that he didn't even dare to retaliate. If the positions were switched and they were the ones in Imputa's position, they also wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, there was a danger of losing their life just to kill a divine flame realm disciple. That was not a good deal for a world king. Long Chen, do you know the consequences of your actions today? Hissed Imputa. He no longer dared to shout or unleash his will with his voice again. Despite his overflowing rage, he restrained himself. The consequences? Long Chun sneered. No, this is just the start. I've warned you more than once not to provoke me. You think that just because you are a world king you are a supreme being? You are just like your disciple. You think you can freely take other people's lives with no punishment? You think that your hand eclipses the heavens? Then come. The heavens are right above you. Just try to eclipse them. I, Long Chun, am nothing more than some nameless soldier. As for you, you are a mighty world king. Hee hee, how regretful that such a nameless little soldier can leave you helpless. If you want to play with Boss Long San, then Boss Long San will play you to death. As I said, this is just the start. Let's keep playing. He'll accompany you to heaven or hell. Long Chun was filled with hatred for Imputa. Such a powerful world king actually used such despicable means against him. No wonder he was called the contemptible killing god Imputa. He was contemptible to the peak. He had used the lives of the innocent disciples of the High Firmament Academy against Long Chun, even blaming him. That made him exceptionally angry. All right, then let's see what happens, snorted Imputa. He no longer said anything because his fury had reached a limit. He was afraid that the will of anger within his voice would provoke the heavenly Das and quicken the deaths of his divine Lord disciples who were hanging on. Right now, all he could do was exhaust his divine statue's faith energy to help them resist the might of the heavenly tribulation. Hopefully, he could help them pass this tribulation. Even as a world king with immense power, he didn't dare to fight the heavenly tribulation. That would invoke karma against him. Just as Long Chun said, he really was powerless. The void rumbled, while more and more terrifying life forms descended. Those life forms all had towering, resentful airs and roared like devils from hell seeking Long Chun's life. I could kill you once, so I can kill you countless times. Long Chun recognized these life forms from the ones that he had slain on the martial heaven continent. They had all grown far stronger in this tribulation, but he was still fearless. His lightning blade danced, slaughtering them. An expert with no fear will have no heart, devil. Even 10,000 tribulations will not leave a blemish on their Tao heart. This is a true warrior. Bai Zhantong watched with praise as Long Chun faced those life forms confidently. He was as steady as a boulder. The tribulation continued for multiple hours. As time passed, Bai Zhantong and the others grew increasingly shocked. Just how many life forms had Long Chun killed in his lifetime? How was it not done yet? After 6 hours, no more life forms manifested. All the life forms that Long Chun had killed in this life had appeared in front of him once more. The High Firmament Academy's experts were stunned, unable to imagine how Long Chun had killed so many life forms. He was like a devil butcher. At this moment, sharp swords appeared and were hanging down below the heavenly tribulation cloud. Their sharp auras sliced the surrounding space, leaving countless black cracks. When those millions of swords appeared, the divine lords were quickly cut down to nothingness. Even with Imputa present, he could not protect them. Long Chun, I, Imputa, will remember this. Hopefully, you don't die to your heavenly tribulation today. As Imputa's icy voice rang through the air, the divine light on his statue dimmed. Since he couldn't protect those disciples, then there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Just then, a torrent of sharp swords drowned Long Chun. Chapter 3194 Black Sword. Chapter 3194 Black Sword. This is the Four Peaks election? An institute head cried out in shock. Those sharp swords contained all the essences and attributes of the 10,000 Das within heaven and earth. This should be the final segment of the heavenly tribulation. However, why was it different from other people's tribulations? Other people had their heavenly Tao runes hidden in the void. But here, the heavenly Tao runes were hidden within sharp swords. Every sword contained destructive power. Even the institute heads felt fear toward them. Qin Feng, focus, shouted Long Chun. This was the final moment. Qin Feng had to endure. Boss, I can hold on. Qin Feng's vision was starting to blur. It felt like an endless hell was closing in on him. This pressure almost made his will collapse. As for Long Chun's voice, it seemed to be like a whisper of the wind in Qin Feng's ears. His body shuddered as he concentrated his final bit of power on staying conscious. The millions of lightning dragons gathered, condensing into one giant dragon that wrapped around Long Chun and Qin Feng. However, Even its combined body seemed weak in front of those sharp swords. They easily pierced into its body, leaving giant holes. Fortunately, it wrapped itself around them in multiple layers, and some of those lightning swords exploded within its body. Long Chen eyed those swords. He then suddenly made his move. His hand reached out 4 times. 4 of those swords were caught by Long Chen and stabbed into Qin Feng's body. As a result, his body became covered in cracks and almost shattered. Just like that, Long Chen grabbed Qin Feng and sent him flying out like a cannonball. That direction was where Bai Shaole's mother and the others were. Bai Shaole's mother hastily formed hand seals. When Qin Feng reached the edge of the heavenly tribulation, space twisted and he was transported right in front of them. The heavenly tribulation is chasing. The institute heads cried out. The tribulation clouds in the sky were rumbling, preparing to spread toward them. Boom! Just at this moment, Long Chen charged into the heavens with lightning raging on top of his black saber. A giant saber image tore through the tribulation clouds. Seemingly enraged by Long Chen, they ignored Qin Feng. As the range of the tribulation shrank, the power of the lightning swords raining down on Long Chen instantly increased. However, the others had no time to look at Long Chen. They had to heal Qin Feng, who was on the verge of death. The current him only had half a breath of life, more than a dead person. Blood, flesh, tendon, bone, and all of them were rank 7 runes. Did Long Chen want him to die? Bai Zhantong examined the 4 bloody holes in Qin Feng's body. There were 4 different violet runes sealed inside them. He had actually given Qin Feng 4 rank 7 runes at once with similar properties. This was no different than murder, no? Stop wasting words and heal him. He really will die like that, urged by Shishi's mother. Bai Zhantong hastily got to work. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, they managed to protect Qin Feng's life. However, when it came to those 4 heavenly Dao runes in his body, there was nothing that they could do. They could only let him slowly absorb them. During this time, Qin Feng would probably have to suffer quite a bit of pain. But it was all worth it. Only once Qin Feng was saved did they turn back to Long Chen. A dragon mark had appeared on Long Chen's black saber, and it was covered in wild lightning. Those lightning swords were being hacked apart. Lei Long had merged its power into the black saber, aiding Long Chen against the heavenly tribulation. Even so, countless lightning swords continued to strike Long Chen's body. Those swords stabbed into his body and exploded. Their power was easily enough to kill a divine lord, as every sword contained destructive will. It was not like other people's heavenly tribulations where the heavenly Dao runes were the reward for passing the tribulation. There was no such choice for Long Chen to make. All the heavenly Dao runes were simply trying to kill him. Because of them, Long Chen was quickly covered in blood. Some of those runes flickered with a 7-colored coldness that directly pierced straight through his body. Peak rank heavenly Dao runes. When they saw the 7-colored light, they knew that it was the manifestation of a peak rank heavenly Dao rune. However, those lightning swords looked the same as the others. It was only when they pierced through Long Chen's body or struck his saber that they would reveal their light. It was as if they were hiding themselves. Suddenly, Long Chen roared and raised his saber. With nothing blocking their way, those swords pierced into his body. After that, a giant saber image tore into the heavens. Split the heavens. Long Chen's saber fell. Suddenly, amongst those countless swords appeared a black lightning sword. What is that? Why is it black? There's no record of such a thing. The institute heads exclaimed in shock. They had never seen or heard of such a thing. Boom. The black saber collided with the black sword. When the black ripples spread from the point of collision, the other lightning swords were blasted apart. The power of that black sword was truly terrifying. The collision shook Long Chen's insides and turned his arms numb. Lei Long, hurry. My survival depends on you, transmitted Long Chen. At the same time, the primal chaos space's life energy poured into his body. Lei Long crazily absorbed the lightning runes in the air. Only when it was strong enough could Long Chen resist the power of that black lightning. Otherwise, he would be killed by this tribulation. He had just knocked away the first black sword when another black sword appeared behind him. Not giving him any time to dodge, It pierced through his back and out his chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. "What is this?" Bai Shirshir started to panic. Those black swords contained destructive power, and it was impossible to tell what kind of rune they contained. There was some terrifying, sinister aura on top of them. It wasn't something that should appear within a heavenly tribulation. No one answered her because no one knew what those black swords represented. The sinister aura gave them chills. Only the dean was lost in thought as he looked at the black swords. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 3195 Crisis of Life and Death. Chapter 3195 Crisis of Life and Death. Long Chen's chest was pierced through, and black lightning still lingered on top of the wound. That sinister aura gave even Bai Zhantong and the others the chills. This was a kind of unknown power. How could such a thing appear in a heavenly tribulation? However, Long Chen's expression was still completely calm as he faced those black lightning swords. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Seeing him like this, Bai Shaole's mother now understood why he had said that he was very familiar with this. Long Chen's lightning-covered blade slashed the black swords repeatedly. With every clash, ripples would spread and shatter the other lightning swords. Even peak-rank runic swords were nothing in front of those black swords. Those black lightning swords seemed to have come from hell. They were sinister and domineering. It seemed that they wouldn't rest until Long Chen was slain. Furthermore, every blow was incredibly heavy and required all of Long Chen's power to receive. As a result, cracks could be seen all over his body. Fortunately, the primal chaos space was filled with wood foundation divine trees that offered him an enormous amount of life energy. Because of them, he quickly healed. It went without saying that the wood foundation divine trees were truly powerful. Even injuries of the heavenly Daos could be instantly healed by their life energy. Without them, Long Chen would have died long ago. At this moment, the void shuddered and another black lightning sword appeared. The three black swords then weaved through the air, repeatedly striking Long Chen. No matter what he did, he was unable to break them. Everyone's heart clenched. If those black swords didn't break, then considering that they were in the heavenly tribulation, they would have an unending supply of energy. But Long Chen would run out of energy sooner or later. The three black swords danced around him, and Long Chen fought intensely against them. As for the other lightning swords, he no longer had time to bother with them. As long as they didn't strike him in his vitals, he let them strike him. He needed all of his attention on those black swords. Even though the swords containing rank 7 runes could pierce his skin, they weren't able to pose a mortal threat to him. He only had to be a bit more careful of the peak rank 7 colored runes and avoid being struck in his vital parts. As for rank 6 swords and below, they could be ignored. But even then, there were too many rank 7 and peak rank lightning swords. They repeatedly injured him. Anyone else would dream of obtaining a peak rank rune. However, those heavenly Tao runes were now the swords trying to take his life. The higher-ups of the academy didn't know if this was simply how his tribulation should have been, or if it was due to him continuously provoking the heavenly Daos, causing them to unleash this heavenly punishment. In any case, they had never seen such a terrifying tribulation before. Furthermore, they only dared to watch and didn't even attempt to record it. That might be instantly sensed by the heavenly Daos. Even if the act wasn't punished immediately, it might cause karmic retributions for them later. It might even implicate the karmic luck of their families, resulting in their family line coming to an end. Such a heavenly tribulation could not be recorded. Anyone who tried would suddenly start to encounter all kinds of misfortunes. They definitely wouldn't have a good ending, and anyone tied to them might also be affected. Thus, such a thing could only be transmitted through word of mouth. As time passed, such a thing would become a story that people doubted the veracity of. However, this black lightning seemed to be some kind of taboo, so they only dared to look. They didn't dare to even spread word of this, afraid of it bringing some kind of bad karma. Suddenly, another black bolt appeared in the air. Just as Long Chen was fighting the first 3 black swords, the fourth one slashed into Long Chen's body with no warning at all. Long Chen was almost cut in 2 and blood flew through the air. His abdomen was almost emptied. Bai Shirshir and the others covered their mouths, almost crying out. Long Chun was just a bit off from dying. How close? Long Chin's heart shook. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this and had Lei Long place a layer of lightning over his bones. This layer of lightning was black. It was the power that Lei Long had just started to absorb by blocking the attacks of these black swords. Long Chun quickly drew out the energy of the Wood Foundation divine trees to heal. But afterward, his expression changed. This time, his wound was too severe. The Wood Foundation divine trees were starting to show signs of withering. In other words, any more life energy he extracted might kill them. If he took another wound like that, it might take all their remaining energy to recover from it. Then it would be difficult to escape death. I can't continue like this. Long Chun felt an unprecedented feeling of danger. He would die if he continued like this. Lei Long, help out. Long Chun shouted inside. As one black sword flew over, Long Chun swung his saber, blocking it. At the same time, a black lightning rune appeared on his left palm. He snatched the sword. The moment he grabbed the black sword, the void shuddered along with Long Chun's arm. After that, the flesh of his arm was blown off all the way to the bone. Countless black runes flowed on top of his bones and then formed chains that bound the black sword to his hand. In that instant, the will of the heavenly Daos poured into his mind sea. The gushing power tried to overwhelm his mind sea and blow it apart. But then, the divine gate in his mind sea opened. The divine gate star blazed as if it had been disturbed by the black lightning, and the mysterious energy pouring into his mind sea was absorbed by it. At the same time, Long Chin's Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Nethergate stars also lit up. Every star had a black lightning rune appear on top of them. Following that, 6 stars appeared behind Long Chun, shattering heaven and earth. An irresistible power then erupted, crushing all the swords in the air. However, after a single flash, those 6 stars vanished without a trace. It was as if it was nothing more than an illusion. As for the black sword, it escaped his hold. Long Chun felt like his body had changed, but he was unable to tell what that change was. Lei Long. Long Chun suddenly formed hand seals. A whirlpool then appeared on top of his hand. Lightning summoning art. The shattered swords left lightning runes remaining in the air. They were instantly sucked into Long Chun's lightning whirlpool. At the core, a lightning mark gradually grew brighter. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. A giant lightning dragon then appeared within the world, emitting endless dragon might. Chapter 3196 Purgatory Eyes, Sealing Art. Chapter 3196 Purgatory Eyes, Sealing Art. Long Chun had taken the risk of grabbing one of those black lightning swords and attempting to absorb it. It was because only once Lei Long had absorbed enough of this black lightning would it be able to protect him from it. Otherwise, even with the healing ability of the Wood Foundation divine trees, he would still die. However, he hadn't expected such a thing to occur. The lightning sword hadn't been absorbed, but a strange rune had appeared on the 6 stars for a moment. Moreover, the 6-star battle armor had manifested on its own accord. He didn't know what kind of power had been activated, but other than those black swords, the rest were all shattered. Since he was unable to absorb the black sword, he immediately switched to absorbing all those shattered lightning swords. Their runes were quickly absorbed by Lei Long. Lei Long crazily devoured all those runes, and its power instantly soared. Its dragon might shook the heavens. Normally, Lei Long was unable to absorb so much at once, but those shattered lightning swords had lost their own will and didn't resist as they were absorbed. Lei Long's thunder force instantly soared to an incomprehensible level. Just then, the 4 black swords pierced toward Long Chun once more. They flew straight at him. As the heavenly Daos had locked onto him, there was nowhere for him to run. Lei Long roared, and a dragon claw larger than a mountain clashed against those 4 black swords. The earth was torn apart by the claw. However, the 4 black swords seemed to be able to ignore Lei Long's power, swimming through its body like fish in water. Boom! Long Chun once more blocked with all his power, only for his arm to almost be destroyed. He was sent flying. Lei Long, don't fight them. Join forces with me. shouted Long Chun. He saw that those 4 black swords absorbed some of Lei Long's energy when they pierced through its body, while Lei Long's attack was completely ineffective. This seemed to be a matter of quality. Although Lei Long had just absorbed a huge amount of thunder force, it didn't make up for the gap in nature. Lei Long instantly vanished, transferring all its power to Long Qin. As a result, a lighting battle armor appeared on Long Qin's body. His black saber flickered with black lightning. With Lei Long supporting him, he was able to greatly reduce the damage those black swords were doing. Even if they did manage to strike his body, the protection of the lightning armor would prevent major wounds. Long Qin's confidence rose. With this lightning battle armor, he could greatly reduce the amount of life energy being used. Like this, there was still hope. Just then, the 5th black sword appeared. When it manifested, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. After that, the 6th sword appeared, and half the tribulation clouds vanished. Finally, the remaining tribulation clouds shuddered and shrank, transforming into the 7th sword. The final 3 swords had absorbed all the power of the tribulation. The last one in particular possessed divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. When it came for Long Chun, he was unable to block it and was sent flying, hacking up blood. Even his lightning battle armor was on the verge of crumbling. Lei Long hastily condensed the armor again, but Long Qin's expression changed. Lei Long was already doing its best to absorb this black lightning, but the black lightning was difficult to absorb. Even up to this point, the amount that Lei Long had managed to absorb was not able to match these lightning swords. The final 3 lightning swords in particular seemed to possess double the power of each previous sword. Hence, the 7th sword was something that made even Long Qin shake. It wasn't something he could survive. The black swords contained destructive power and the will of the heavenly Das. It had an absolute suppressive effect on a person's physical body, soul, mind, and will. Anyone else would be unable to endure the very first sword. Their mind would crumble. After all, no matter how strong a person was, how could they fight the heavens? Bai Shishir and the others were watching worriedly. The final 3 swords in particular made their souls hurt just by looking at them. Such a heavenly tribulation was simply impossible to pass. Long Chun continued to fight against the attacks of the 7 swords. His lightning armor was constantly breaking. He was coughing up blood, his body on the verge of destruction. The wood foundation divine trees in the primal chaos space were gradually withering. They finally reached the point where they could no longer heal his injuries. He thought about using the primal chaos space. Perhaps he could draw these swords into the primal chaos space. But he didn't do that in the end. The primal chaos space was for drawing in physical objects. These lightning swords were manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. They had no actual body to be drawn in. This was Long Qin's first time in life feeling such despair. He had used up everything. Lei Long wasn't able to absorb this black energy fast enough, and Hualong was unable to help in this scenario. The primal chaos space was also out of life energy. I really will die like this. I can only gamble. Long Chun suddenly clenched his teeth. He tore off the eye patch on his left eye, and it suddenly opened. The mark of the 3 flower pupils appeared in that eye. Black fluctuations came out of it. It was like a black hole sucking in all things within heaven and earth. 3 flower petals appeared in the air and twisted. The black lightning swords were sucked into that void. The 7 lightning swords shuddered, trying to escape the bindings of the 3 flower pupil. At this moment, sharp pain racked Long Qin's eye. He felt like it was going to explode. However, this was his only hope. Even if his eye hadn't fully healed yet, he had to use it. As heaven and earth rumbled, the 10,000 Daos collapsed. The entire world was like a shattered mirror as it was covered in cracks. The black mark in the sky twisted and black energy spread from it. It was sinister and wild. All of a sudden, Long Chen felt like a door was opened inside his body, and some kind of mysterious energy was awoken. The mark of the 3 flower pupils suddenly shrank to the size of the tip of a pin. After that, the 7 black swords vanished and blood poured out of Long Chen's eye. 7 swords also appeared in the 3 flower pupils' mark in his eye. It's a sealing art. Long Chen was delighted. He still had no idea what kind of hidden power the purgatory eyes possessed. However, today, by using them, he managed to seal those 7 black swords. Blood continued to pour out of his left eye, but even all the pain that he was in didn't drown out his delight. He hadn't expected to accidentally succeed. Long Chun closed his left eye and put his eye patch back on. The heavenly tribulation was finally over. Just as he sighed, his expression changed. At this moment, in his weakest state, he felt a strange energy trying to extract his blood-soul energy. He was enraged. That legendary thing was finally making its move, and it wanted a piece of him as well. Long Chun was about to fight it off when a voice rang out in his mind. Let it absorb it. Chapter 3197, Sowing a Seed. Chapter 3197, Sowing a Seed. Long Chun was startled. That was the voice of the dragon expert. Senior, plant a seed in the spring, reap the harvest in the autumn. The voice rang out once more before its presence disappeared. After that, no matter how Long Chun called out, no response came back. Long Chun had many questions about how the others were doing, but those questions were left unanswered. Long Chun felt his blood-soul energy being drawn by that energy. It was like a little thief. However, as long as he wished to, he could resist. Ultimately, he chose to listen to the dragon expert and act as if he hadn't sensed anything. Fortunately, it didn't extract much of his blood-soul energy. It just left him with a wave of weakness and dizziness. He could feel that blood-soul energy being wrapped up by some mysterious energy and sent far, far away. It then vanished from his senses. In a dark place that Long Chun couldn't see, there was a giant blood sea containing endless energy. Another drop of light appeared and entered the blood sea. That was Long Chun's blood-soul energy. His blood-soul energy entered the blood sea. After that, an invisible energy slowly merged into the blood sea, silently leaving its own strange mark. That mark belonged to Long Chun. Long Chun was already exhausted from his fight against the 7 swords. Hence, when his blood-soul energy was extracted, his vision turned dark, and he finally couldn't endure any longer. He then fell unconscious, falling from the sky. A pair of gentle arms caught Long Chun. Looking at the bloody and exhausted Long Chun, for some reason, Bai Shishir felt some indistinct stinging pain in her heart. She now knew where Long Chun's strength came from. His path was rugged, bumpy, and covered in thorns. Behind his power lay an unknown amount of blood, sweat, and tears. Compared to Long Chun, she felt like she had paid very little. She had put in effort, of course, but compared to Long Chun, it couldn't amount to anything. It made her feel ashamed. Suddenly, she turned red. She realized that she was holding Long Chun, and it was inappropriate. She hastily handed him off to the Pill Institute's head. I truly didn't expect that such a terrifying heavenly tribulation would exist in this world. The experts from outside the domain plus the assassins of the heavenly swell domain's Bloodkill Hall were all slain. Even Imputa was powerless, sighed an institute head. The Bloodkill Hall's presence was gone from this domain, and even Imputa's divine statue was shattered. His faith energy had been exhausted by the tribulation, so the statue was unable to remain intact. With the statue destroyed, his inheritance in the heavenly swell domain had been pulled out by the roots. The efforts of tens of thousands of years were destroyed by a single heavenly tribulation. If Imputa wanted to spread his Bloodkill Hall here again, he had no choice but to start over. Without the faith energy of this divine statue, he could no longer manifest himself in the heavenly swell domain. It could be said that he had suffered a huge defeat this time. However, it's unknown if the Bloodkill Hall will once more come back and launch an attack on the High Firmament Academy, said by Shala's mother. This time, Long Chun had destroyed Imputa's inheritance in the heavenly swell domain. This enmity was even greater than killing Gue Yun, so there was no way Imputa would simply accept this. If he dares to come to us, can we not just strike back? It'll directly bring people outside the heavenly swell domain and slaughter the Bloodkill Hall's branches. If I can't beat Imputa, I can at least kill his followers with no problem, snorted by Zhantong. No need to worry. This time, Imputa was simply testing the High Firmament Academy, and it was most likely incited by Lord Brahma. Moreover, It isn't convenient for our academy to reveal too much of our power due to certain factors. Fortunately, Long Chun has resolved things here. Lord Brahma is very cautious. He never does anything he isn't assured of, so he won't make any rash moves before figuring out our bottom line. He is someone with immense restraint. Having endured for so many years, he won't let his emotions get the best of him now. Anyway, there's no need for everyone to be worrying so much for nothing. Let's return. The dean ordered everyone to go back to the academy. They looked back at the devastation one last time, and then at the unconscious Long Chun. They finally left. A while after they were all gone, figures appeared in the distance, flying over. When they saw the wreckage of the Bloodkill Hall, as well as the remnant destructive energy in the air, they didn't even dare to get close. The smell of blood still hung in the air. That was enough to tell them that countless people had died. Those corpses were all from some supreme experts. These experts were drawn over by the disturbance. Unfortunately, they had come too late to witness anything. However, the wreckage alone was unbelievable for them. The Bloodkill Hall was destroyed just like this? Even after gathering so many experts, they were unable to escape their fates of being wiped out. The experts didn't dare to stay here for too long. After a brief look, they returned to the sects to report the news. Hence, this information rapidly spread. The High Firmament Academy didn't bother concealing the matter of Long Chun undergoing his tribulation. On this very day, hundreds of sects in the heavenly swell domain disbanded. Long Chun had said that the day he ascended to the Four-Peak realm would be the day that his retaliation started. Any sects that had attacked him at the end of the 9-prefecture convention would either have to disband or have him visit their door. Many sects had been waiting to see how the wind blew. When the Bloodkill Hall had sent out the call for them to join forces against their common enemy, they had grouped up to launch a sneak attack against the High Firmament Academy. Now, most of their peak experts had been killed by Long Chin's heavenly tribulation, so the survivors instantly panicked. Some of these sects had lost their leaders, and their people began to kill each other to fight over the sect's treasures. All the sects that had participated in the attacks against the High Firmament Academy disbanded. Some sects even attacked them at this time, stealing their resources, mines, and spirit fields. They took advantage of this time to expand their territory. However, it was dangerous to expand like this. Who knew if the Bloodkill Hall would return and attack them? But when profit was lying right in front of them, it was difficult for these people to retain their rationality. The chaos lasted half a month, and hundreds of sects collapsed. Some of them hadn't attacked the High Firmament Academy, but as they had a history of grievance with the Academy, they disbanded as well. Perhaps they were just afraid of the worst-case scenario. Long Chun had terrified them. Wanting to live, they didn't have any wild thoughts of anything else. After this chaos, no one in the heavenly swell domain dared to mention restoring the name of the domain to the Daodon domain. All eyes within the heavenly swell domain were on the High Firmament Academy. They all wanted to see what their next move was, or perhaps it should be said what Long Chun wanted to do next. On this day, Long Chun finally woke up after sleeping for half a month. As soon as he opened his eyes, sharp pain racked his left eye and blood poured out of it. He hastily shut his eyes. "Child, you have guts. You actually sealed such a terrifying thing in your eye." Bai Shaole's mother was standing in front of him. She shook her head and sighed. Chapter 3198, Lei Linger Manifests. Chapter 3198, Lei Linger Manifests. Long Chin's eye was in sharp pain. Blood continued to flow out of it. Bai Shaole's mother helped him wipe away the blood. White light appeared on her palm. When that light shone on his eye, the pain slowly faded. "Isn't it only because I had no other way? I used up all my trump cards. If I didn't do something reckless, I would have lost my life," said Long Chin helplessly. Even when he was unconscious, he had vaguely felt the pain in his eye. But during this time, he had also sensed that someone seemed to be pressing on his eye to relieve the pressure slightly. Now he knew that Bai Shaole's mother had been standing by his side this entire time. "Then why did you anger the heavenly tribulation and fight against the heavenly das? Weren't you playing with your life?" she demanded. With the support of the white light from her hand, his eye stopped bleeding. The pain lessened quite a bit, but he still didn't dare to open it. What do you mean, angering the heavenly tribulation? Even if I didn't anger it, its power wouldn't have dropped. I'm all too familiar with it. I just quickened the pace a bit. I just skipped some of the steps because I was worried about those bastards escaping, said Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chun could still smile at this time, Bai Shaole's mother was speechless. This child had played with his life to the point that he was used to it. That didn't seem like a good thing. He could still smile so cheerfully after barely escaping with his life. I made a new eye patch for you. There's a spatial formation on it. Can you suppress that thing? However, those black swords are truly bizarre. No one has any way to deal with them. For now, you will be unable to open your eye. Bai Shaole's mother took out a new eye patch. There were runes covering it. When he put it on, a cool feeling fell over his eye. The sense of pain completely vanished. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chun was endlessly grateful. Thanks to her skill in pupil arts, his eye would no longer be in pain. That was enough. As for the energy of the 7 swords, he would think of a way to slowly refine them. After saying a few more words, Bai Shaole's mother left. Long Chun looked inside himself. He found that countless runes had appeared within his bloodline. These were the heavenly Tao runes that had appeared during his tribulation. Originally, he had thought that those heavenly Tao runes would be absorbed by Lei Long. He hadn't expected them to appear in his blood. After this tribulation, he found that all his aspects had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation, whether it was his physical body, soul, mental energy, and even his flame energy. The 4-peak realm normally only strengthened the 4 attributes that a person chose to decide their future cultivation direction. However, Long Chen's heavenly tribulation had resulted in all the heavenly Tao runes being sucked into his blood without him even being aware of it. Is this related to those 7 black swords? Long Chun suddenly thought of those 7 swords. Due to having to fight them off, he hadn't even had time during the tribulation to absorb those heavenly Tao runes. Long Chun focused his mental energy on his left eye. His left eye instantly began to sting. But this investigation didn't cause anything odd. Long Chun found that in the 3-flower pupil of his left eye, the 7 swords were embedded into the center of the flower. They contained such terrifying power that he shivered just sensing them now. He had almost died to these 7 swords. They were completely bizarre. They contained every kind of energy in the world. It seemed that they had no weaknesses. There was nothing that suppressed them. If the purgatory eyes hadn't worked, Long Chun really would have died. Although he had long since expected his tribulation to be terrifying, he still hadn't expected it to have reached this extent. As he examined them more closely, he found that the 7 swords were covered by a mysterious dark energy. They actually didn't repel each other. Instead, they seemed mutually attracted to each other. The dragon expert had said that the purgatory eyes were the window to the dark energy inside his body. Could it be that these 7 black swords also contained dark energy? Wasn't it said that heavenly tribulation was purely on the side of Yang? How was there dark energy? Long Chun suddenly shuddered. He had a feeling that his current understanding of heavenly tribulation was being toppled. Big brother Long Chun. Just then, a light cry rang out, drawing him out of his stupor. His arm shook. A 3-inch miniature person jumped onto his palm. That was a violet-haired girl. Her eyes had lightning runes flickering in them that contained destructive power. Lei Linger. You've finally transformed again? Long Chun was delighted. This meant that Lei Linger had finally obtained the acknowledgement of the immortal world's heavenly das. It could leave Long Chun and freely control heavenly lightning. This heavenly tribulation gave me greater control. I finally regained that feeling of freedom that I had on the martial heaven continent. However, the suppression of the heavenly das here is stronger. I can only transform into this small form, and I can't form hand seals myself, said Lei Linger. No need to worry. You've fully regained your spirituality. You're only a step away from truly transforming, said Long Chun. Big brother Long Chun, can you send me into your eye? I can absorb the power of the 7 swords, said Lei Linger, hopping onto his shoulder. Are you sure you can absorb them? You won't be rejected? Asked Long Chun. This was no joke. One mistake could be fatal. I'm sure. Those black swords contain thunder force, along with other energies. Due to the other energies, I was unable to directly absorb them. But they don't reject me, said Lei Linger confidently. All right, try it. Long Chun clenched his teeth. Leaving the 7 swords in his eye forever was no solution. It wasn't as if he could only keep one eye open for the rest of his life. If Lei Linger was so confident, then she could try it. Lei Linger transformed into a lightning rune that Long Chun slowly sent into his left eye. He was prepared to drag her out at any moment if something happened. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no change when Lei Linger entered. The 3-flower pupil didn't react, and the 7 swords merely quivered ever so slightly before falling silent. The lightning rune slowly spread like a web towards the 7 swords. However, the swords still didn't react. Through this net, Lei Linger began absorbing their power. However, it was extremely slow. The swords didn't even seem to sense it. Seeing that, Long Chun relaxed. The problem with his eye was being resolved. He continued looking within himself. He suddenly noticed a swirling vortex beneath his dantian. The 7th star. Long Chun instantly shot up. Chapter 3199, 7th Star Violet Tower. Chapter 3199, 7th Star Violet Tower. The whirlpool was right below his dantian, corresponding exactly with the Nethergate star above his dantian. However, it wasn't a star yet, but just a tiny whirlpool. Originally, this location was empty, but after Long Chun had advanced to the 4-peak realm, this whirlpool appeared. Violet Tower Star. A name appeared in Long Chun's mind as soon as he saw the whirlpool, along with a complicated pill formula. The Violet Tower pill's main ingredient is the Devil Eye Water Lily. That's a life form of the undying race. Although he was mentally prepared when he read through the pill formula, his heart sank when he saw the names of the ingredients. The Devil Eye Water Lily was a terrifying existence of the undying race. Its position was only second to the undying willow. It was said that when its devil eye opened, all spirits had to submit. Furthermore, the Devil Eye Water Lily only existed in the crack between the devil world and the undying world. Long Chun had read through many books but only knew its name. He didn't even know what it looked like. If he wanted to obtain the Devil Eye Water Lily, he would have to set foot into that terrifying crack. There was no way to describe just how far away that was from the heavenly swell domain. There were also other difficult ingredients to gather. The eye of the devil dragon, the fang of the bloodbat, the gall of the deep-sea soaring serpent. Furthermore, these life forms had to have reached the 4th rank. In other words, the level of divine lords. The Violet Tower pill is a 4th-tier medicinal pill. In other words, I have to become a divine lord before condensing the 7th star. Long Chun had condensed the 6th star a bit too early, resulting in a deviation from the original path. Although he had managed to condense the 6-star battle armor, it had never reached its original potential. After igniting his divine flames, he found that this deviation was definitely not a good thing. His foundation with the 9-star hegemon body art was unstable, so he didn't want to take any further risks with it. Fortunately, there's still enough time. I can take this slowly. Long Chun comforted himself. He had just advanced to the 4-peak realm, but the cyclone of the 7th star had appeared. It should be the preparation for the 7th star. Such a thing had never occurred before. This made him feel like the 7th star was different from the previous 6 stars. The cyclone appeared before he consumed any pills, and it gave off a domineering feeling of refusing to wait. Furthermore, he also noticed a cyclone covering the Fengfu, Aliath, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and Nethergate stars. Long Chun suddenly thought of how when he had forcibly tried to absorb the Black Sword's power. Back then, the 6-star battle armor automatically appeared and unleashed its divine might. That wave of power shattered all the lightning swords other than the black swords. Now that he thought back to it, he wondered if these cyclones were related to that. The 9-star hegemon body art was growing stranger. Even he, as the master, was completely befuddled. The cyclones seemed to bring some kind of mysterious energy into the stars as they revolved. This strange energy was connected to the world, but it was an unclear feeling. Long Chun studied them for a long time but didn't receive any answers. Hence, he simply gave up on finding out anything more about this change. He looked around at the rest of his body, which had been tempered by the lightning and was even stronger. He struck his own chest, and it shook the room. It was like the collision of two treasure items. The true dragon essence blood had fully merged with my body thanks to the tribulation. This body of mine probably isn't much inferior to an actual true dragon. Sensing the surging power within him, Long Chun felt a wave of emotion. He liked this feeling of explosive power. After that, he checked the primal chaos space. All the wood foundation divine trees and the precious medicinal herbs were withered. He had sucked up all their energy during the tribulation, and it would take another ocean of corpses to revive them. He wasn't able to get so many in a short time, so he would take this slowly. Boss. At this time, Qinfeng, Bai Shaola, Mu Qingyun, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhongling, Zhongxiu, and the others came in. They had all advanced to the four-peak realm, and their realms were very steady. Some of them had even reached the fourth heaven stage. Seeing that Long Chun was awake and fine, they were jubilant. Most of them hadn't seen his tribulation, but the rumors spreading had reached them. His tribulation had killed so many experts and destroyed the Bloodkill Hall's presence in this domain. Even Inputa's divine statue was broken. That was enough to tell them just how terrifying his tribulation was. When Long Chen returned, he was already on his last breaths, his body on the verge of collapse. It was truly frightening. Just now, Bai Shaola's mother spread the word that Long Chun had woken up, so they all came running in to see him. Long Chun saw everyone here except Li Kai. Startled, he had a bad feeling. Did Li Kai not pass the trial? As soon as Long Chun asked this, everyone's smile vanished. An expression of grief and hatred appeared on their faces. Qin Feng was the one who took a deep breath and did his best to calmly say, "Boss, we didn't tell you about this matter. Li Kai passed the trial, but just before you came out of seclusion, the Bloodkill Hall launched another sneak attack, and he was killed by them. We didn't inform you of this matter in order to not disturb you at that time." Long Chun fell silent. He recalled that just before he came out of seclusion, the Bloodkill Hall had organized another attack. That time, they charged into the inner academy and managed to kill some disciples before being slaughtered. He hadn't thought that Li Kai would be amongst those that were killed. Just as Li Kai came out of the trial, he was killed by the Bloodkill Hall. Li Kai had been willing to risk his life to join the Dragon Blood Legion. He had stepped into an incredibly difficult trial and passed, only to be killed. "Boss, don't feel bad. You destroyed the Bloodkill Hall and killed so many of their experts. He can rest in peace," said Qin Feng. Long Chun sighed and shook his head. "In the future, our Dragon Blood Legion will no longer recruit anyone. Remember this." "Boss," Qin Feng was startled. "Listen to me. This matter is cursed," said Long Chen. Qin Feng was shocked. He pondered over his words and seemed to understand. Was this due to karma? If Li Kai hadn't wanted to join the Dragon Blood Legion, he wouldn't have died? On the Martial Heaven continent, he had said that he was an inauspicious person. Wherever he went, mountains of corpses and seas of blood followed. Those whose lives weren't tough enough would die sooner rather than later if they followed him. Now that he thought about it, did Li Kai encounter this calamity because of this? His life wasn't tough enough, so it resulted in this when he tried to join? Long Chun had previously rejected Li Kai, but seeing his tough character and loyalty, even Qin Feng vouched for him. Unexpectedly, it only harmed him, so Qin Feng felt remorse. "Let's go. Take a trip with me." Long Chen patted Qin Feng's shoulder comfortingly. He knew what his brother was thinking. "Go where?" "We're going to the Bloodkill Hall. There's still one more matter for me to do," said Long Chen. He left the High Firmament Academy with all of them. Chapter 3200 Tying Up Loose Ends. Chapter 3200 Tying Up Loose Ends. A large head was dug out of the wreckage that used to be the Bloodkill Hall. That was the head of Inputa's divine statue. The divine statue had shattered during the tribulation, but the head was still intact. "Boss, what's the point of this? Is this valuable?" asked Bai Shaola. Every single one of them was holding a chain and pulling the head. "It's not worth crap. This head is the source of Inputa's faith energy here. That idiot actually thought that I wouldn't know. As long as this source remains, His karmic luck in the heavenly swell domain is not completely severed. As long as he is given a few centuries, he'll be able to activate it once more, allowing him to recruit more people and spread his belief here, said Long Chen. Boss, are you saying that we can sever his roots by breaking this head? His hands will never be able to stretch into the heavenly swell domain again? Asked by Xiaola excitedly. Not bad. You're getting smarter. But you're only half right. This source cannot be directly broken. Breaking the head just like this won't work, said Long Chun. Then what? Asked by Xiaola. Long Chun didn't reply directly. Instead, he ordered the Unfettered Alliance and the Luo Gates disciples to tie the head to their flying boat and set off. They dug a hole near a city and buried in Puta's head there facing down. Only its neck was still at the surface. The head was hollow, and they could see faith runes covering its insides. With the neck facing up, it became a giant receptacle. Over the next 2 days, Long Chun invited some craftsmen to construct a single temple over it with small rooms. Every room had a hole leading to below. After a while, Bai Xiaola and the others realized that he was constructing a lavatory for everyone. After it was finished, Long Chen had people spread the word that no matter who it was, anyone who relieved themselves here would obtain a detox pill. At first, people didn't quite understand, but following his call, quite a few of his worshippers came and consumed his detox pills. Before anyone could say anything, they immediately rushed into the stalls and things started flowing. They were delighted to find that this detox pill's effect was amazing. It effectively expelled the pill toxins that they had accumulated. That was extremely beneficial for their future cultivation. Such an effective detox pill wasn't something that they could even buy with money. Hence, they immediately began calling their friends over as well. Long Chun said that this was to celebrate the destruction of the Bloodkill Hall. Anyone who came, regardless of cultivation base and gender, could obtain a detox pill. The only problem was that the quantity was limited, so it was first come, first served. Boss, if Imputa learns of this, he'll definitely die of rage. Filling his head with crap? Is this referring to his brains? Laughed Qinfeng along with the others. Imputa had launched 2 attacks on the High Firmament Academy and killed many disciples. This enmity was truly deep. Seeing Long Chen treat his statue like this was delightful. That's only one part of it. I told you that the source of his faith couldn't be destroyed with brute power. However, corrosive toxins are capable of it. It won't be long before it is fully gone. He wants to play schemes with me? They'll play him to death. Of course, I will also spread the image of his head filled with crap. After all, doing good things without leaving behind my name isn't my style, said Long Chen. All those books that he had read weren't for nothing. The ocean's worth of knowledge gave him countless methods to deal with things. This time, he was settling things once and for all, severing Imputa's claw. Now everyone understood. He hadn't gone to such efforts just to vent. It was to end this matter. Li Kai should be able to rest in peace, sighed Qinfeng. As soon as Li Kai was mentioned, the mood fell. Li Kai's death means that his branch and his family's power struggle will fall. They might even. The speaker was one of the disciples of the elite group. They knew what Li Kai's death signified. When they first followed Long Chun, they managed to charge into the inner academy, becoming true elite disciples with limitless prospects. They were originally squeezed out of their families, but as they grew stronger and Long Chun rose, their families recognized their potential. Almost all of them had become the official heirs of their families. Of course, they didn't forget to settle things with those that had harmed them. This was life. This was the cultivation world. Whoever had the power would get revenge for when they didn't have it. However, now that Li Kai had died, his family branch's position was no longer stable. When the positions were reversed, the old enemies would resurface. This constant revenge was bloody. No need to worry. Who doesn't know that Li Kai is one of boss' subordinates? Who dares to touch his family? That would be a slap in boss face. Who has those guts? Said Bai Xiaola. However, Qinfeng and the others shook their heads. Bai Xiaola was thinking too simply. He didn't know just how cruel the world was. Long Chun was too far away for them to be afraid of him. His name was not able to protect anyone. It was the same even for the elite disciples that were still alive. They all had to be cautious against their competitors. They weren't with their families right now, and they were too far to help. Many things could happen without them being aware of it. Li Kai has a little brother who just passed the exam 2 months ago and entered the academy, right? Asked Long Chun. Yes. It's said that his aptitude is no lower than Li Kai's. Li Kai greatly loved this little brother of his, said Qin Feng. Long Chun nodded. Have him come see me when we get back. What was to be Li Kai's will be his. Li Kai traded his life for that. Qin Feng shook inside. He knew what Long Chun was referring to. He was going to give the heavenly Tao fruit that was originally for Li Kai to his little brother, turning him into a primal. In his tribulation, he had killed countless experts, so he now had over 600 heavenly Tao fruits. In other words, adding together the four-peak realm and the Divine Lord realm, over 600 primals had been slain. If news of the heavenly Tao fruit spread, it would definitely drive countless people crazy. Long Chun had to keep it secret. Li Kai's brother could be given one, but he definitely couldn't be informed about what it was. After all, such a heaven-defying existence would cause Long Chun to be hunted down within the immortal world. In just a month, Imputa's head was packed to the brim. Long Chun left behind a batch of detox pills for some people to guard while he returned with the others to the academy. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw some disorder ahead. Where is Long Chun? Does he dare to come out and fight? Within this disorder was a person roaring. His aura was shockingly powerful. He was actually a primal. Chapter 32:01 An expert from outside. Chapter 32:01 An expert from outside. He was a large expert with strange clothes and a heavy rod in his hand. He was in the mid-four-peak realm. This person was blocked by the Academy's disciples outside the mountain gates. He was shouting, but he didn't make a move. I've already told you many times, senior apprentice brother Long Chun isn't inside the Academy. We'll tell you when he gets back. If you disturb Fairy Shirshir with your shouting and get crushed by her, don't blame us then, responded those disciples. Bullshit. I've waited 2 days. I came from outside this domain and passed through the Devil Sea just to fight Long Chun. What? Does he not dare to come out? Roared that expert. I'm telling you, senior apprentice brother Long Chun isn't here. He just went out when you came. Furthermore, do you think that he would be afraid of you considering his power? Why would we have to lie to you? Isn't that senior apprentice brother Long Chun? Just then, that disciple noticed Long Chun and the others walking over. That large man turned to look at Long Chun. His eyes shone brightly with 4 colors as he shouted, Long Chun, I came to challenge you to a fight. Do you dare to accept? You are from outside this domain? Long Chun cocked his head at him curiously. Correct. My surname is Su and my name is Zixiang. I am from the Heavenly Star Domain. I crossed the Devil Sea to come to the Dao Dawn Domain just to fight you. Do you dare to accept? Shouted the one who called himself Su Zixiang. Long Chun crossed his arms in front of his chest and shook his head. I dislike such senseless challenges. Even if you win, what will it prove? As a cultivator, you must fight against powerful enemies. You cannot cower. Turn every expert into a whetstone for yourself, constantly training so you can become a true expert, declared Su Zixiang arrogantly. Have you reached the point where you have no more opponents in the Heavenly Star Domain? Asked Long Chun. Oh no. Su Zixiang deflated. Long Chun rolled his eyes. Then is something wrong with your head? You have so many experts to challenge in your domain. So why did you come here? Did you think that I'm a soft persimmon that will be easier to crush? So you can find a sense of existence for yourself? Qin Feng and the others also laughed. This fellow's aura truly was powerful, but it seemed that his head wasn't very good. At the very least, he was still waiting at the gates obediently. Even if he was getting impatient, he didn't charge in or injure others. Who cares about all that? I'm already here. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Shouted Su Zixiang, directly throwing away any sense of logic. I'm going to say something that you won't like to hear. You aren't a match for my boss. How about I accompany you for a few exchanges? Said Qin Feng, stepping forward. He knew that his boss disdained fighting someone like this. Let alone Long Chun. Even Qin Feng disliked such a challenge. It was only done by people who had nothing better to do. However, this person had come from so far away. If Qin Feng didn't give him a little taste, he'd feel bad. You? Are you looking down on me? I'm challenging him, raged Su Zixiang. He viewed it as an insult that Long Chun wouldn't accept his challenge. Qin Feng didn't bother wasting more words with this foolish fellow and appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, Qin Feng's palm landed on his chest. As a result, Su Zixiang was sent flying away from the entrance like a shooting star. Su Zixiang was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. Qin Feng had already had mercy on him. If Qin Feng had wanted to kill, he would have directly attacked his vitals, and this guy would already be dead. Just this one shove was enough for everyone to see that Su Zixiang was raised pampered, someone who didn't know how high the heavens were. Su Zixiang stabilized himself in the distance, and his expression changed. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so powerful. That doesn't count. I wasn't ready. We're starting over. Take my rod. Su Zixiang's manifestation appeared, and his primal bloodline raged. However, just as he raised his rod, his expression changed once again. Now, a blade was pressed up against his neck. Su Zixiang hadn't even managed to unleash his attack before Qin Feng grasped his weakness. Qin Feng himself was speechless. Was there really such a weak primal in this world? He saw countless fatal openings in his moves just now. Can you tell me how you managed to live for so long? Qin Feng looked at him oddly. This doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Su Zixiang's expression grew exceedingly unsightly. All right, I'll give you one more chance so that you're fully convinced. Qin Feng retreated and pointed his saber at Su Zixiang. Just as Qin Feng retreated, Su Zixiang smashed his rod and directly stole the initiative. It was a bit contemptible. However, when his rod smashed down, it was sent flying out of his grasp. He coughed up blood, also flying back. Inadequate technique, inadequate power. Are you convinced now? Qin Feng put away his saber, shaking his head. Even he felt that this was a completely meaningless one-sided battle. Su Zixiang was shocked and angered. Looking at his bleeding hand to Qin Feng, who hadn't even summoned his manifestation, he almost couldn't believe it. You have the barbarian race's bloodline? Suddenly, Long Chun looked at Su Zixiang closely. He saw brightly colored granules in Su Zixiang's fresh blood. That was the mark of the barbarian race. Wild's blood also had such a thing. Those granules had transformed into runes in the final battle of the martial heaven continent. They had linked together like chains. However, in comparison, this Su Zixiang had very few granules in his blood. But Long Chun couldn't be mistaken about that aura. My ancestors were from a branch of the barbarian race, but their bloodline has almost been erased over time, said Su Zixiang. He no longer had any of his previous arrogance and obediently answered. The heavenly star domain has the barbarian race within it? Asked Long Chun. If he could find the barbarian race, perhaps he could find Wild. The heavenly star domain doesn't contain the barbarian race, only some descendants from one of their branches. The true barbarian race is in the desolate domain, answered Su Zixiang. You're only descended from a branch, and your bloodline was almost severed, but you still managed to awaken a primal bloodline? That's hard to believe. Long Chun instantly grew curious. This was a rarely seen regression to an ancestral state. Yes, my father, the emperor, also said the same thing. He said that I can definitely become a supreme expert. Su Zixiang once more became arrogant. This bloodline of his was his greatest pride. You're even from their emperor race? Of course. I am the prince of one of the heavenly star domain's mighty 5 emperors. Hey, where are you going? Long Chun and the others directly began walking away when Su Zixiang's story reached this point. Stop bragging. Due to that trace of the barbarian race's bloodline, I can accept you as a little brother. But if you think that you're some prince, you can scram. Go back to where you came from. Long Chin's voice rang out from a distance. Su Zixiang was silent for a moment. He then suddenly jumped and chased after them. Wait for me. I'm willing to follow you. Chapter 3202, Flourishing Academy. Chapter 3202, Flourishing Academy. When Long Chun and the others entered the High Firmament Academy, Su Zixiang followed them. However, after seeing how terrifying Qin Feng was, he he no longer dared to be arrogant. After asking him about his origins, Qin Feng and the others almost beat him up. What mighty 5 emperors? The truth was that 4 of those so-called emperor races were already destroyed, and his branch of the emperor race was so incredibly weak that others didn't even view them as a threat. Hence, they were ignored. In the heavenly star domain, they could only tuck their tails between their legs. They didn't even dare to fight or provoke anyone for fear of their family being destroyed. Su Zixiong felt immensely stifled by this. He felt that as a primal, he was the hope of his emperor race rising once more. Hence, he had to find someone to fight to raise his prestige. It just so happened that he saw Long Chen's display at the 9 Prefecture Convention in a photographic jade. However, the photographic jade only showed him the scene but didn't transmit the immense divine power raging at the time. Hence, he felt that he should be on par with Long Chen, and that he might even win if he fought him. As a result, he slipped out of his family territory, crossed the Devil Sea, and came to the heavenly swell domain. It was unknown if he was simply incredibly lucky or else, but the Devil Sea's fiends ignored him, perhaps feeling that he was too weak. Hence, he crossed through safely. Ever since ancient times, crossing the Devil Sea was always an extremely dangerous task. Those sea demons and devil monsters viewed the human race as prey, especially powerful cultivators. The stronger a person was, the more these creatures desired to consume them. Consuming strong cultivators would strengthen them. Thus, for Su Zixiong to cross it alone, this could be considered an impressive feat. However, everyone also saw that his head wasn't very good. It seemed a bit one-tracked. Bai Xiaolo was the happiest about his arrival. He finally found someone even more foolish than him. Of course, it was due to this foolishness that he decided to cross the Devil Sea alone. However, Long Chen had read some introductions about the barbarian race in the history books. In truth, the barbarian race should not be considered part of the human race. More accurately, they were part of the spirit race. They received the blessing of the heavenly Daos, so their physical bodies were extremely powerful. It was said that in the desolate era, the barbarian race stood at the peak of the food chain. They could cross mountains and seas, tear apart the sky with their bare hands, and crush stars with a single punch. However, as time passed, it was unknown if their bloodline regressed, or if the heavens retracted their blessing, but the current barbarian had lost most of their divine abilities. Even though they weren't as terrifying as the legends, the barbarian race still had an illustrious name in history. Despite that, there weren't many records about them in the High Firmament Academy. Furthermore, some records about them within the bone books had mysteriously vanished. Long Chen thought of the skeleton of the barbarian race that he had encountered on the Martial Heaven continent's Julie's secret realm. He then recalled his conversation with Yu Shaoqian. That barbarian race expert had asked Yu Shaoqian about the barbarian race, and Yu Shaoqian had said that the Mother Star had collapsed, and that the barbarian race had fought to the death. Long Chen clearly recalled her mentioning the Dark Era and how 8 epochs had passed, as well as some God-sealing world. Back then, he had thought that this related to the continent's secrets. However, now he felt that it was very likely a secret of the actual immortal world. Even now, he had not learned anything about those matters. It was as if part of history had been erased. If Yu Zioqian's words were true, then the barbarian race that Su Zixiong was speaking of was definitely not the pure-blooded race. They were just a branch of the barbarian race. That was why there was such a difference between them and the legendary barbarian race. Seeing Su Zixiong, Long Chen thought of Wild. He wanted to learn more about the barbarian race from Su Zixiong's body. However, Long Chen wasn't in a rush to interrogate Su Zixiong. Upon returning to the Inner Academy, Long Chen directly gave him the status of an Inner Academy disciple. Recently, countless disciples had been flocking toward the High Firmament Academy to join it. One reason was because the dean had appeared at the 9 Prefecture Convention and forced away Imputa's clone. Long Chen had also destroyed the Bloodkill Hall, killing countless experts. Meanwhile, no news came from Imputa's side, so the High Firmament Academy had once more risen to its former position, the overlord of the heavenly swell domain. People had thought that the academy had declined, but now they realized that it was still the old academy. No matter how much it declined, the other sects still couldn't compare to it. Thus, countless experts had come to register. Due to there being so many examinees, The academy was busy conducting exams. Luckily, there weren't that many rules for the recruitment. As long as the examinees passed the exams, they could join. The fact that the dual champion of the 9 prefecture convention, Long Chun, was here caused countless disciples to come. He was a heaven master and had to hold 2 classes a month, so most of those disciples came in hopes of gaining some pointers from him. After the 9 prefecture convention, people went through the records and found that he truly was the only one to perfectly espouse the principles of the martial Tao and put them to practice. They felt that his comprehension of the heavenly Taos was based on his experience, and his pointers could save them from going down the wrong paths. In fact, countless people had wanted to register right after the 9 prefecture convention, but then the Bloodkill Hall had joined forces with the other powers to attack the academy. With those dark undercurrents, no one dared to make any rash moves. After Long Chin's tribulation, those enemies were killed and hundreds of sects disbanded. Only then did people feel comfortable rushing over to register. It had to be known that those disbanded sects would not have done that unless they had no other choice. It meant that whether it was in Puta or Lord Brahma, no one was supporting them. With that confirmation, people brazenly registered. Some sects even sent their most outstanding disciples over because the High Firmament Academy was different from other sections. As long as you paid the tuition fee, no one would be rejected, nor would they stop people from leaving after attending classes. There was simply an application to fill in before they could leave to another sect. Otherwise, they would be treated as traitors. The High Firmament Academy would not treat people badly. They would give the leaving disciples a fair evaluation, and other sects could use that evaluation to decide how to raise them. There was a huge line at the gate, but some people didn't need to queue to register. Those people were primals. Such an expert could be directly accepted through an instructor's interview. After a few questions, as long as there were no problems, they could become a disciple. Only the most talented disciples were given the privilege of directly becoming inner academy disciples. After all, they were the main force of any sect. In just a few days, over 50 primals had joined. But Su Zixiang was the first one from outside of this domain. Luobing, contact your Luo family. I'm preparing to take a trip there to talk about our collaboration, said Long Chen. Chapter 3203, Going to the Ying Prefecture. Chapter 3203, Going to the Ying Prefecture. Long Chen found Luobing and Luoning. The two of them had advanced to the Four-Peak Realm in Crane Cry Valley. Furthermore, they had each found a rank 6 blood rune and smoothly refined it. Luobing had even managed to grab a rank 7 rune. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the power to subdue it. In the end, she wisely chose to let it go. Reality showed that her decision was correct. After she absorbed the rank 6 rune, she had used up most of her energy. She almost failed in the middle of her tribulation, and it was very dangerous. Fortunately, both of them had obtained a rank 6 rune, as well as 3 rank 4 runes. That made the two of them incredibly excited. Now, the two of them had stabilized their realms solidly at the first heaven stage of the Four-Peak Realm. Long Chun had expected the two of them to be delighted, but when he said that he wanted to visit their family, they dodged his gaze. Luobing said, Long Chun, your eye isn't healed yet. Why not go later? Why? Is it not convenient? Long Chun was startled. It's not inconvenient, Luobing stalled. Aya, he'll say it. The Luo family is surrounded by enemies and doesn't want you to get involved for fear that the Luo family will owe you a greater debt, said Luoning directly. Surrounded by enemies? Asked Long Chun. Well, Luobing still hesitated. Luoning irritably said, What is there to hide about? If the family head asks about it, I will bear the responsibility. The Ying Prefecture borders the Devil Sea. To the left, it borders the Shang Prefecture. It's unknown if it's the Chu family's doing, but a huge number of devils have started pouring out of the Devil Sea and attacking the Ying Prefecture cities. As for the Chu family, they are also secretly gathering their forces, seemingly in preparation for a sneak attack. Hence, the Luo family has entered its war state. The family head might consider it inappropriate to tell you these things, so we weren't supposed to tell you. Long Chun curled his lips. The Luo family was really rigid. They didn't want him to get involved because they didn't want to owe him anything further. Long Chun had advanced to the four-peak realm and was freely capable of using the power of his divine flames. His dragon blood had also fully merged with him during the heavenly tribulation. Hence, he didn't fear anyone below the immortal king realm. Ninger, if the family head learns that you told this to Long Chun, you'll be punished, scolded Luo Bing. What's there to be afraid of? If I have to be punished, then I'll be punished. For the Luo family, if I didn't even have this bit of courage, I wouldn't be fit to be a descendant of the Luo family, said Luo Ning indifferently. Gather your things. I'm going to report this, and then immediately leave, said Long Chen. He wanted to go to the Luo family. He felt that the timing was good as he wanted to investigate his mother. Although the academy didn't restrict his movements, he had to tell them where he was going first. This was simply manners, the foundation of being an adult. Long Chen first found the deputy dean, and as expected, the deputy dean didn't say anything about it, just telling him to be careful. After that, he wanted to go see Bai Shishi's mother, but he found that she wasn't in the academy and neither was Bai Zhantong or Bai Shaola's mother. Since that was the case, he could only go back. At this moment, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others were ready. The Unfettered Alliance's disciples, the Luo Gate's disciples, they all gathered excitedly. What are you doing? You're disciples of the academy. This is a private matter and not something arranged by the academy. How can I bring you out as well? Long Chun looked at these excited fellows speechlessly. Those disciples were instantly disappointed. Mu Qingjian's mouth moved a few times, but she didn't say anything. Looking at her, Long Chen said, I know what you're thinking, but remember, you are a sword cultivator. To cultivate the sword is mostly to cultivate the mind. Getting infected by so much murderous aura will affect your realm. The sword is the lord of all weapons, the only one that can be worn as an ornament. Do you understand? Mu Qingyun nodded. I understand. They'll listen to Brother San. Long Chen smiled. For her to say such a thing meant that she didn't really understand. But if she didn't understand, then she didn't understand. There was no way for him to explain it more clearly. She could only rely on herself to comprehend it. Boss, I have to go, declared Bai Shaola, afraid that Long Chun would toss him away. Su Zixiong also said, Me too. I want to bear witness to the Dao Don domain dash. It's the Heavenly Swell domain, corrected Qin Feng. Yes, the Heavenly Swell domain. I want to see what the sea demons of the Heavenly Swell domain look like. When I crossed the Devil Sea, I didn't see a single one. So infuriating, said Su Zixiong. Don't show off. If you had encountered a sea demon then, you would no longer exist in this world, said Qin Feng. This fellow actually knew how to show off his accomplishments. Hearing this, Su Zixiong blushed. After that, Long Chen looked at everyone. If the Luo family's disciples wish to return home to work for the Luo family, then there's naturally nothing wrong with it. As for the rest of you, there is no such thing. If you want to get stronger, you don't need to always stay with me. The High Firmament Academy has countless experts registering, so there will be plenty of heavenly geniuses for you to compete against. The rankings of the Inner Academy will change every day. All of you should learn from that competition. Go to your own things. In the end, Long Chen only brought Qin Feng, Bai Shaola, and Su Zixiong along with Luo Bing and the rest of the experts of the Luo family. They numbered slightly over 30 people. Why haven't I seen young Master Changchuan and Bai Shishir lately? Asked Long Chen on the flying boat. Young Master Changchuan directly left without saying anything after his tribulation. He was in a great rush. As for Bai Shishir, after your tribulation, she went to the field of bitter reincarnation. It seemed that she was provoked, said Bai Shaola. Is she crazy? Long Chen was shocked. Bai Shishir had also gone to do the bitter reincarnation trial? Although she was powerful, that was a trial that targeted a person's mental strength and will. She wasn't too skilled in this regard, so she was going to face endless torment. I feel the same. Who knows? She's always been cold, so no one knows what she's thinking. Bai Shaola shrugged. Long Chen shook his head. He recalled Bai Shishi's stubbornness. Perhaps his tribulation was what had provoked her. However, it had to be known that he had faced off against heavenly tribulation from the day he entered the cultivation world. If she wanted to increase her mental strength and will, there were many ways to go about it. There was no reason to go to such extremes. One accident and her mind might be damaged. However, she was simply that stubborn. No one could change the decisions that she made. But if she succeeded, her mental realm would definitely transform, and her mental energy would become unmatched. She would be like an unsheathed sword. Long Chun and the others sat on the flying boat, going through several transportation formations for 2 days before arriving at the Ying prefecture. As soon as they arrived here, the smell of blood assaulted them. Chapter 3204 Luo Family Grand Elder. Chapter 3204 Luo Family Grand Elder. The scent of blood hung in the air. It was like a wet market where people constantly killed fish in it. As soon as Long Qian, Luo Bing, and the others stepped out of the transportation formation, people immediately came up to confirm their status. When Luo Bing showed her status as a disciple of the Luo family, they immediately let them through. During normal times, there was no need for such strict checking. However, this was a special period. The Ying prefecture was jointly guarded by 3 large powers, but they all blindly followed the lead of the Luo family. It could be said that the Ying prefecture was rather safe under the leadership of the Luo family. Thus, a status plate of a disciple from the Luo family was the greatest confirmation. After that, they entered another transportation formation that brought them into an ancient city, and then there was another transportation formation. This transportation formation was the one that could bring them throughout the Ying prefecture. Long Chun had Luo Bing bring them to the Luo family's fortress. He wanted to see just what kind of existence came from the Devil Sea. The scent of blood grew even denser after the next transportation formation. They then got on the flying boat again and flew for 2 hours before arriving at a boundless shore. The sapphire blue water was part of the famous Devil Sea. The more you looked at it, the more frightening it became. It was like a bottomless abyss. No one knew what sort of monsters lay within its depths. However, this was different from the martial heavens searing. There was no tide nor waves. It was just a body of dead water. Even from a distance, they could see countless figures cleaning up the battlefield by the shore. There were countless corpses piled up, and their blood soaked into the seawater. Those giant corpses were oddly shaped sea demons. Some were armored manatees, sea serpents with giant fangs, crocodiles with a blue flap on their backs, and many others that Long Chun had never seen before on the martial heaven continent. When their flying boat got closer, they saw that over 10 giant crossbows were pointing at them. Those crossbows were hundreds of meters long. Based on their auras, even a late-stage divine lord would probably be killed by them. Stop! Who goes there? After Luo Bing stopped the flying boat, Long Chun and the others stepped down. However, as soon as Long Chun appeared, countless startled cries rang out. Long Chun was currently the most famous expert of the entire Heavenly Swell Domain's junior generation. His fame had soared with the 9 prefecture convention, and he had countless worshippers and people who viewed him as an idol. Thus, as soon as he arrived, he caused a ruckus. None of them had expected Long Chun to come here. Senior apprentice brother Long Chun, what are you doing here? At this moment, Luo Shui flew out of the crowd and came to him, pleasantly surprised. She had also advanced to the 4-peak realm and had reached the 2nd heaven stage. However, she was currently still covered in blood and had many wounds on her. Even so, those wounds didn't cover up her delight when seeing him. I managed to finish some of my more pressing matters, so I was hoping to come to the Luo family for a look, said Long Chun. My apologies, I didn't expect the Luo family to be so busy. I hope I didn't disturb you. Luo Bing and Luo Ning exchanged a glance. This was clearly to cover up Luo Ning telling him that secret. Senior apprentice brother Long Chun, you are always welcome. Come, let me introduce you. This is our Luo family's grand elder, said Luo Shui, introducing him to an old man with a sharp face and a sharp gaze. He was a late-stage divine lord, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. With his thin lips and stuck-up nose, he seemed like a very stubborn person. The elder's gaze showed no emotion. Long Chun was originally going to bow and exchange some pleasantries, but with that reception, he couldn't be bothered. Seeing that, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others tensed, but they didn't dare to say anything. Have I offended Senior? Asked Long Chun directly. Luo Qingyang was my grandson. Long Chun was startled. No wonder his gaze wasn't friendly. The Grand Elder said, Luo Qingyang was a disgrace to the Luo family. I don't blame you for that matter. But I am not happy. I dislike you, but as an elder of the Luo family, I also cannot be rude. Thus, Longchen smiled. I understand. If the positions were reversed, I would be the same. Luo Qingyang went down the path of no return. Although I didn't lead him, it cannot be said that it had no relation to me. I do not mind that Senior doesn't like me. As long as someone does not harm me or the people beside me, I won't mind at all. From the martial heaven continent to the immortal world, Long Chen had seen all kinds of people. As for this old man, his stubbornness was practically etched across his face. Luo Qingyang had betrayed the family because of his pampering, so this old man was definitely enraged by the betrayal, more so than anyone else. That was why he didn't show a friendly face toward Long Chen, regardless of this betrayal not having much to do with him. Then he'll thank you. I'm busy, so I want to accompany you. Shuer can keep you company. The Grand Elder left just like that. Luo Shui stuck out her tongue and said to Long Chen, this elder's temper is very explosive. When he learned of Luo Qingyang's betrayal, he coughed up blood and almost became bedeviled. If it hadn't been for the family head, he might have followed Luo Qingyang's footsteps to the afterlife. He was originally the vice family head, and he was the one who requested to be demoted to Grand Elder. Moreover, he also punished himself with 300 beatings of the wooden staves. He really isn't bad. Don't take his stubbornness to heart. Haha, naturally. I like this character, said Long Chen, not minding at all. He wasn't so petty. Long Chen, I didn't expect that you would come here. Just then, the void shook and a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Luo family's commander of their protector corps and the second son of the current family head. He was also Long Chen's maternal uncle. Luo Changwu was pleasantly surprised to see Long Chen come here. The latter was currently blazing as brightly as the sun in the heavenly swell domain. Long Chen immediately greeted him and asked him how he was. He learned that Luo Changwu came to take over the guard duty. The people here had just fought a huge battle. They were being switched out so that they could rest and recuperate. Senior, are these corpses useful to you? Long Chen pointed to the sea demons. Those things were trash to others, but they were treasures to him. Before Luo Changwu could answer, an ear-piercing alarm rang out. All the experts that were in the midst of changing shifts instantly tensed. Chapter 3205 Deep Sea Crocodile Bull. Chapter 3205 Deep Sea Crocodile Bull. Prepare for battle. Luo Changwu shouted. The experts in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield and taking over immediately retreated from the front lines, all their weapons appearing in their hands. Long Chen, I didn't expect the sea demons to attack twice this time, so I can't accompany you. I have to direct the battle, said Luo Changwu. Of course, Senior is busy. I also want to experience just how powerful the sea demons of the Devil Sea are, said Long Chen. He wanted these corpses, but now wasn't the time for such a thing. I'll take my leave. Shuer, make sure to treat our important guests properly, ordered Luo Changwu, flying off to a distant tower. That was the commander tower, the core of the battlefield. Not only could he see the entire battlefield from there, but there were even formations that allowed him to see deep into the sea. That way, he could gain information ahead of time. The sound of the alarm also came from there. This alarm prevented the sea demons from catching them off guard. Every time I see this kind of scene, I feel my blood heating up, said Qin Feng emotionally. Millions of experts were getting into position. You really are real heroes. You're not nervous in the face of such a large battle at all, praised Luo Shui. Whether it was Long Chen or Qin Feng, they all possessed a fanaticism toward battle. It seemed that they never feared any battle. I'm not a hero. I'm just following boss. If I'm not in battle, I'm on the way to battle. I'm already used to it. Every time I see something like this, I want to charge to the front, said Qin Feng with a bitter smile. Just then, the calm water began to ripple. In the distance, giant waves began to soar. It was like a giant wall of water was crashing toward them. When they saw that, countless expressions changed and Luo Shui was also shocked. For the waves to be so big, this attack is probably over 10 times larger than the last attack. After fighting the sea demons for so long, they managed to grasp a general pattern. The size of the waves generally corresponded to the scale of the attack the sea demons were launching. Damnable Chu family. What did they do to make the sea demons suddenly start attacking us? At this time, Luo Qing also came over. She spoke hatefully. Although the Luo family bordered the Devil Sea and often had to deal with sea demons coming onto the shore, the scale was never so big. However, just over half a month ago, the Luo family's disciples discovered the tracks of the Chu family in the surroundings. They then immediately got a bad feeling. As expected, the very next day, a huge number of sea demons started attacking the Ying prefecture. All the sects of the Ying prefecture, under the guidance of the three major forces, joined hands to resist the sea demons. There had been over 100 million people injured in this half-month and over 10,000 deaths. Furthermore, the Shang prefecture's Chu family also began to assemble, seemingly wanting to take advantage of the sea demons' attack. As a result, the Luo family's forces were diverted to two sides, one side blocking the sea demons, and the other side to guard against the Chu family. With their power diverted, they were much weaker. Fortunately, the Luo family had a great deal of prestige within the Ying prefecture. The various large powers didn't participate in the personal enmity between the Luo family and the Chu family, but they sent out their elite experts to handle the sea demons. The Luo family also sent over a large number of experts to lead the troops of the large powers. They guarded a long defensive line. If the sea demons broke through this defense, they would kill countless innocent commoners. Suddenly, the seawater in the distance exploded and giant sea demons larger than mountains came out. The front half of them looked like a bull, but they had a long crocodile tail behind them. Their horns flickered with silver light. They were all fourth-rank sea demons. Fourth-rank sea demons were roughly equivalent to the human race's divine lord realm, but that was only in terms of cultivation base. They possessed immense power and tough defenses. In a one-against-one, if they were fighting in the sea, humans definitely wouldn't be a match for them. However, on land, these water element life forms definitely faced a certain restriction. Adding on that sea demons were ultimately demonic beasts with low intelligence. The human race had quite an advantage. Despite that, to see millions of divine lord-level sea demons appear out of the water at once was a frightening sight. Just the sight alone gave them immense pressure. Deep-sea crocodile bulls. This is bad. Luo Shui's expression changed. This kind of sea demon possessed powerful scales and immense power. If the divine lords focused on fighting, then the countless sea demons behind them would fall upon them, and if they weren't careful, they could be eaten. If they used the large-scale equipment that they had, although their attacks were sharp, using them was very expensive. The price for such a thing was not easy to accept. It wasn't just the crossbow bolts that were expensive. Even the crossbows themselves could only shoot 10 large-scale bolts before they needed their runes to be reinscribed. It was a laborious and expensive task. Just then, hundreds of crossbows lit up. Their bolts shone with cold light. Clearly, in the face of these sea demons, human lives were more important. They could only endure the pain of paying such a price. After all, every divine lord was important to the defenses of the Ying prefecture. They were the foundation and couldn't be lost. Boss, let's charge in as well. Qin Feng was eager to join in. Every dragon blood warrior had the same warlike blood flowing in their veins. However, Long Chun shook his head. In a battle of this scale, the rhythm must be controlled. If the rhythm is broken, countless lives will be lost. In such a large battle, an individual's power is minuscule. They have to listen to orders to prevent more losses. Unless you can block all the sea demons on your own, it would be best not to ruin the tempo here. With Qin Feng's power, he didn't fear these sea demons. The dragon blood warriors were experienced, and even on his own, he had the power to protect himself even if he was surrounded by these sea demons. However, if Qin Feng did go forward, then the crossbows wouldn't be able to be unleashed. The hesitation caused by his sudden action would affect the entire strategy. It didn't matter that Qin Feng was powerful. In the end, he was still young, and youngsters all like to show off, especially in front of millions of experts. But now wasn't the time. Hundreds of crossbows shot out giant bolts that tore through those deep-sea crocodile bulls. Long Chun was surprised to see them explode once the bolts pierced their bodies, unleashing a rain of blood. After the explosion, their fragments shot out and also damaged the nearby targets. A single giant bolt possessed immense power. The deep-sea crocodile bulls collapsed rapidly, but very quickly, the hundreds of crossbows grew dim. They had to be repaired before they could shoot more ammunition. Just then, Luo Shui's status plate lit up. At the same time, countless experts charged toward the rest of the sea demons. Senior apprentice brother Long Chun, the commander has ordered divine lords and 4 peak primals to attack. Do you want to come along? Asked Luo Shui. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.